Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, ma'am.
Evening, ma'am.
Evening, ma'am.
Ma'am.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening po, ma'am.
Evening,
Good evening po, ma'am.
Dear God, thank you for the opportunity to meet together. Please help us to come together to make this institution reflect your kingdom. Breathe life into our ideas and decisions. Help us build a team that has love and respect at its heart. Give us the strength to continue working for your kingdom in this time of pandemic. Lord, come give us the inspiration to be the best we can be. May we be a shining example of your goodness and truth within, wherever we are. Inspire our thoughts, discussions, and ideas, and continue to remind us that all that we do here today, all that we accomplish, is for the pursuit of truth for the greater glory of you. We ask these things in your name. Amen.
Good evening once again. So before we
evening.
so before we start, uh, a short a short introduction first to our speaker. Andito na si Sir, no? So our lecturer for tonight is a graduate from Mindanao State University and a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Social Work, and his industry practice was with the DSWD Caraga for a long time, and he is currently connected in Caraga State University teaching social work. Let us welcome a licensed social worker himself, Sir John Raldi Filias. So let's welcome our lecturer for tonight with our heart reactions. Thank you.
Welcome, sir.
Okay, good
Good
evening,
evening.
everyone.
Good evening po,
Am I
sir.
audible?
Hello, sir.
Good evening, sir.
Yes, sir.
Naririnig po ba loud and clear? Okay naman so far?
Okay naman, sir.
Okay, thank you for that confirmation. Sige. Thank you so much, Ma'am Giselle Caingles, no, for that introduction. And of course, I would like to greet all of you, no, sa lahat ng nandito ngayon, sa lahat ng ating attendees. I believe I was informed around 180 no participants we are expecting, but as of the moment we have 166 and counting, including me of course. But yeah, I guess no everyone will connect no later on as we go on with our discussion for this evening, because and just hope no that my connection will will cooperate, no, will become stable. Kasi kanina, because siguro of the weather condition, no, parang unstable siya, yung Facebook naglalag, and even yung pag-open ng mga videos ganyan. So I just hope no that my internet connection will cooperate no as we go on, along with our discussion. And from time to time, just let me know if um there are some some moments no during my discussion that are not clear. Just inform me, okay, for me to be able to repeat and discuss further, okay, the concepts, and yun kung ano man yung gusto nyong i-clarify. Okay? Sige. So, of course, first and foremost, I would like to give thanks, of course, no, for the review center for inviting me off for this lecture, no, for in preparation for your upcoming um board exam. So let's claim it, no. These are the number, no, of individuals that we will be having, as I will be acknowledging soon, no, to become part of the profession. So magiging future colleague in the profession ko na ito, na magiging registered social worker, that we have to claim it. Okay? Sige. So konting tiis na lang and konting adya, no? You're almost there. No? So yun, we just need to brace ourselves, no, for that upcoming board exam. Okay, so our discussion will cover, disclaimer lang, no, baka meron from time to time, iinom ako ng tubig, no, we'll have a break like 2 to 5 minutes, no, or during my discussion, merong mga nuisance, okay, my apology for that, no, as long as siguro naririnig nyo naman yung boses ko ng loud and clear, okay, and yung mga 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 nuisance dyan sa background ko, no, baka meron later on, ganyan from time to time kasi I'm at the house. Okay, so just let me know, no, if you have clarifications, okay? Sige, so our topic, no, we will be discussing about, we will have a bit of discussion on the SDG, then the Ambition 2040, and we will have the Philippine Development Plan, or the PDP. Okay? And after that, we will discuss the programs and services of the DSWT. Okay, because we believe, no, as the DSWT, as the agency, no, especially for the provision of social work, social welfare services, no, so we have to be oriented, no, we have to be knowledgeable of these programs, okay, because later on, no, you will be deployed, no, or some of you siguro, I guess, no, are already working, no, with the agency. So yun. Okay, so we have to be acquainted, we have to be informed, we have to be oriented on these programs, no? Pero hindi naman siya ganun ka-elaborated yung magiging discussion, no? Just a piece, no? And the highlights of these programs and services. Kasi nga maraming programs and services yung DSWT. Okay, so I would like also to invite, no, everyone to share your ideas, your opinions about what I am telling about or discussing later on, no, just message in the chat box kasi from time to time I will check your messages, okay, para maging interactive din naman yung magiging discussion natin. Are we good on that?
Yes.
Can you see your sa
Yes,
Zoom,
Yes,
kasi sa
sir.
Google Meet
Okay,
walang
sir.
thumbs up. Walang thumbs up dito sa sa
Yes,
Google
sir.
Meet. So yun,
Yes,
kailangan
sir.
ng mga ganyan. Yun sa mga messages. Okay, so I think you are all ready and prepared, okay, for our discussion. So let's start. Okay, so I will share my screen now. Okay, by the way, do we have participants here who are already working?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's good to hear, no? Because yun, if you're already working, we can actually, as we go on with our discussion, we can actually affirm and confirm, no, whether these concepts are true to our in terms of implementation. And actually, we can have a sort of later, no, sharing of your experiences, no, for us really to comprehend, no, for especially for some of the participants, no, who are still mga fresh graduates, okay, and yun, maganda din yan kasi pag meron ka ng experience, no, we'll just need to ilapat lang natin yung mga konsepto kasi in terms of practice, andun na, no? Kumbaga, nagagawa nyo na, no? Ginagawa nyo na. So we just need to put into context yung mga konsepto na i-discuss natin later on. Okay? Sige. So the coverage for my first presentation, the first part, will be on the SDG or the Sustainable Development Goals. Then we will be discussing the Ambition Natin 2040 and the Philippine Development Plan, as I have mentioned. Okay, sige. So basically, when we talk about Ambition Natin 2040, of the National Economic Development Authority of the NEDA, as they are the prime agency, in terms of monitoring and implementing the Ambition Natin 2040. So it is actually anchored on the Sustainable Development Goals, Okay, so it is adopted in 2015 as a universal call to action to achieve peace and prosperity for all by 2030. But we all know that bago siya naging Sustainable Development Goals, naging MDG ito. Okay? So MDGs, were about lifting developing countries. So can I ask everyone, kailan ba na put into approval itong MDGs? Kailan ba ito nagkaroon ng conferences at ilang countries ba ang nag-signify at nag-commit to address these Millennium Development Goals? Do you have any idea? Anyone? Wala? For MDGs? Okay, we have answers here coming from Gio Enriquez, 93 or 193. No idea for some. Okay. Sige. So for MDGs, okay. So nagkaroon ito ng conference, okay? United Nations conference noong September 2000. So definitely on the start kasi yung coverage ng MDG that's a 25-year plan. Okay? So UN members exactly. Okay? So we have the UN members. Okay? So out of 193 members, 189 yung nag-signify or nag-express ng commitment, okay, to address and respond on the call for responding the MDGs. Okay, so meron tayong 189 countries for that map. Okay, so after that, since ang coverage ng MDGs is until 2015 lang, kaya nagkaroon ito, nagtipon-tipon yung UN members again, with the consultant, and they are trying to expand it, and continue it. Kaya naging Sustainable Development Goals. Kasi based on the monitoring, based on evaluation, hindi ganon, although merong progress in terms of percentage, in terms of eradicating, for example, eradicating extreme poverty and hunger. Okay, so nag-increase naman, hindi naman ganoon kataas na yung incidence ng poverty from these countries na nag-signify, but hindi siya fair true to all goals. Kaya nag-expand ito at ginawang Sustainable Development Goals. So yung intention is, how are we going to sustain it? Okay, how are we going to put more what do you call that, strength doon sa mga indicators, doon sa mga strategies na align doon sa tinatawag nating Millennium Development Goals. Kaya nagkaroon tayo ng Sustainable Development Goals. Okay? So, the SDGs also focus on our need to transform unsustainable lifestyles, promote equality, human rights, and justice. Okay? So, pag sinasabi nating Sustainable Development Goals, nag-expand ito kaya naging 17, From 8 na MDGs, naging 17 SDGs. So, paano nangyari yan, sir? Because some of the MDGs, for example, meron tayong MDG na eradicating extreme poverty and hunger. So sa SDG, okay, kumbaga, nagkaroon ng isang specific na goal for poverty at nagkaroon ng another specific goal for hunger. So definitely kaya ito nagkaroon ng mas marami, nag-expand ito kasi nakita ng ating consultant, nakita ng ating mga members na there is a need really to focus on these, no? Kasi magkaiba yung target ng mga goals na ito. Okay, magkaiba yung indicators ng mga goals na ito from MDGs. Kaya nag-expand ito to SDGs. Okay, so we have number 1, no poverty, 0 hunger, good health and well-being, quality education. We have the gender equality, clean water and sanitation. We have also affordable and clean energy, decent work and economic growth, industry, innovation, and infrastructure, reduced inequalities. So kung titingnan natin itong reduced inequalities in the previous sa MDGs, ito ay saklaw ng doon sa gender equality and empowerment, no, and women empowerment. Okay, so ngayon ito ay ang tawag diyan, na-divide siya into 2. Okay, so separated na yung gender equality at yung mga reduced inequalities. In all forms of inequalities, hindi lang siya gender-related inequalities. Okay? So we have also sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production. Yes, Ma'am Emily, you are raising your hand po. Ma'am Emily Carcido.
Sorry po, napindot lang po.
Ay, okay, sige. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, so from time to time, you can raise your hand if you have questions or any clarifications. Then we have the 13th, the climate action. Then life below water, life on land, peace, justice, and strong institutions, and the partnerships for the goals. Okay, so basically, these are the 17 sustainable development goals, and you can actually browse it sa internet. If you want to explore and know more about these goals. But on this moment of time, in the interest of time, I will not dwell much on every goal to be discussed, because later on sa programs and services ng DSWD, we will just check kung saan doon saan doon pasok yung mga programs and services, kung ano yung na-respond ng mga programs natin. Okay? So yun. So when we talk about sustainable development goals, it has 3 dimensions. Una, economic growth. Okay? Pag sinasabi natin economic growth, saklaw nito in terms of income, 'di ba? Paano ba mag-increase yung income, no? Paano ba mag-increase yung commercialization? Okay? Paano ba yung exchange of goods and services and products? Okay? So yun, no? So that is all about economic growth. Okay? Another one is social inclusion. Pag sinasabi natin social inclusion, it must be inclusive to all types, or kahit anong race man yan, kahit anong gender man yan, age, okay, dapat included. Okay, hindi siya pinipili, hindi siya tinitignan kung sino lang yung dapat makapag-benefit ng goal na ito. But tinitignan na lahat ay merong vulnerabilities. Okay? So kaya tinatawag natin, kaya sinasabi natin social inclusion. And of course, the environmental protection because of the threat in terms of our climate change. Okay? So okay. Pag sinasabi nating SDGs din, so it is universal. Bakit universal? Kasi nga, ang daming countries, UN countries na nag-signify at nag-express, nag-commit, to address, and be part of this endeavor, na yun in terms of tanggalin or dapat mawala na yung poverty, sa lahat ng countries na ito. Okay? So pag sinasabi nating universal, it is experienced, experienced by these countries. Okay? Hindi naman pwedeng pag sinasabi nating eradicating poverty or no poverty, Philippines lang din. Okay? Or some of the chosen or selected countries lang din. Okay? Pag sinasabi natin universal, all of these countries na nag-signify, okay, experiencing poverty, okay, or experiencing inequalities, okay, or merong mga gender, no, na mga discrimination. Okay? So yun. Indivisible, meaning to say it cannot be divided. Okay, because SDGs are formulated in a sense that is it is specific. Okay, it is already focused on a particular issue or a particular gap. Okay, or a particular social reality. Okay, and it is transformative. Transformative in the sense that through these strategies, no, through these actions, no, call for actions of these countries, okay, we are going to transform our economy. Okay, we are going to transform our society. Okay, so that is why it is universal, indivisible, and transformative. Okay, now let's talk about ambition natin 2040. So question, do you have any idea what was the history or what was the what do you call this? What was the story, no, behind ambition natin 2040? Paano ito nagkaroon ng nabuo itong konseptong ito? Do you have any idea or what year? Anyone?
Guide for ano po, development planning.
Okay, so yun, no? Pag sinasabi nating ambition natin 2040, it is a guide for development planning. Okay? So yun naman talaga yung gustong mangyari ng ating government. Okay? But for the information of everyone, no, ambition natin 2040 is a Philippine version actually, no. Sa Pilipinas lang po, no, yung ambition natin 2040, no, that is our version in terms of addressing the call for responding the SDGs. Okay? So na-launch ang ambition natin 2040, no, during the first quarter of 2019. Okay? So that was 2015, okay, 2015 yung ambition natin 2040. So it is at 25 year, no, na plan yung ambition natin 2040, no, that is a call for addressing and responding the SDGs. Okay, so it actually represents the collective long-term vision and aspirations of the Filipino people for the next 25 years. Okay, so pag sinasabi nating ambisyon natin 2040, yung mantra niya ay matatag, maginhawa at panatag na buhay para sa lahat. Okay, so pag sinasabi nating maginhawa, that's about a comfortable life. Diba? Oo. So, pag sinasabi naman nating panatag, that is security. Okay? Security in terms of life, no? Kasi we have to create, no? Or we have to have programs and services that will address our health, no? So, ganyan, kaya panatag na buhay. So, that's more on security. Okay? And in terms of security among Filipino families. Okay? So, pag sinasabi nating ambisyon natin 2040, no, with this mantra, no, this is a widely shared common vision for self and for the country. Okay? So, it is a motivation for aspirations within the family, no? And with that, a comfortable life with the family, free of hardship and worry, and a families that create vibrant and resilient communities. So, these are kumbaga, these are the ambition, no, na gusto nating makamit, no, within 2040, within that 25 years. Okay? So, 'di ba, parang ang hirap naman, sir, parang mabigat naman po, no, yung yung ambisyon na gustong ikamit ng ating bansa. Okay, but that is for a 2014, no? 25-year round. Okay, so along with that ambition natin 2040, so these are the concepts that we need to understand, no? Paano ba siya nabuo yung ambisyon natin 2040? No, it started with identifying or addressing what Filipinos want to have. Ano ba yung gusto magkaroon ng mga Pilipino? Diba? Of course, magkaroon ng bahay. Of course, magkaroon ng pera, magkaroon ng mga properties, land, sasakyan, ano pang mga properties, no, na gusto nating magkaroon. Okay, so basically, dyan, no, what Filipinos want to have. Another one, it is about asking what Filipinos want to do. Okay, pag sinasabi nating want to do, dapat magkaroon ng isang maginhawang pamilya, no, masayang pamilya, maginhawa. Okay, at magkaroon ng magandang pamumuhay, no, merong partnership, okay, merong security, okay, and we can all travel around the world. Okay? So, ganyan, no? So, another one, what Filipinos want to be, no? Ano bang gustong magkaroon at the end of the day? Ano bang posibleng mga gawin natin, no? Para ma-achieve ito. Okay? So, yun, we need to address education. Okay? So, primary education. Okay? And another one is, we need to increase employment also. No, lahat magkaroon ng opportunities, okay, para ma-employ, magkaroon ng trabaho, mas ma-develop yung skills, mas magkaroon ng malaking pasahod, no, kung saan man po pwede ang isang tao. Okay, so that is basically yung gustong tingnan ng ambisyon natin 2040. So the vision of Filipinos for self, no, basically, that is in 2040, we will all enjoy a stable and comfortable lifestyle, secure in the knowledge that we have enough for our daily needs and unexpected expenses, that we can plan and prepare for our own and our children's future. Okay, so our family lives together in a place of our own, yet we have the freedom to go where we desire, protected and enabled by a clean, efficient, and fair government. Okay, so that is basically, no, our vision. Tama nga naman, no. I know for sure, no, that you are all affirmed, no, with this vision within our selves, diba? So sino ba naman sa atin ang hindi gustong magkaroon ng masagana, no, or isang buhay na free from hunger, diba? Or yung makapag travel kung saan natin gusto, no, and secured lahat ang ating properties, no, ang ating kinabukasan, no, for our children, diba? Tapos we will be living, no, with a clean, okay, and very nurturing na environment. Okay, nurturing, efficient, and fair government. Because along with the ambition natin 2040, it is one programs, no, or strategies for that matter, is also addressing about corruption. Okay. Sige. So we have actually 4 areas for strategic action, no, when we talk about the ambition natin 2040. So it will not be realized, no, it will not be put into action kung wala naman tayong sinusundan o titingnan ng mga strategic action. So we have number 1, no, so number 1 is to build a prosperous, predominantly middle class society where no one is poor. Okay, so that is number 1. Then number 2 is, of course, to promote a long and healthy life. Okay, and the third one is to become smarter and more innovative.
Excuse me po, sir.
Okay.
Permission to speak po. Hindi po
Yes,
nag-ano yung slide.
Ay, okay.
Thank you
Actually,
po.
wala siyang okay,
Okay,
actually wala
thank
siya
you
sa slides, yung mga sinasabi ko. So yung 4 strategic actions, you can actually find it on the ambition natin 2040, no, from NEDA. You can browse it actually, no. So these are just segue, no, sa discussion. So unang-una, no, it's more on identifying, no, or or having a prosperous wherein no one is poor. So yun yung number one. And number two is about health. Okay? And number three is about innovation, no? And the number four is about having a society, having a high trust society. Okay, so that is number four. Okay, sige. So what are the roles of the government in order to address the ambition natin 2040? So the government, when it's wherein soon you will be employing, number one is pagiging enabler. Okay, paano ba nagiging enabler? So when we talk about enabler, it has to have a fair and equal application of rules, in terms of economic growth, investing in people, and protection against instability. So tignan natin itong tatlong elementong ito, itong economic growth, investing in people, and the protection against instability. So, pag sinasabi natin economic growth, we have three indicators. Number one is infra. So, kumusta naman yung infrastructure? No? Kumusta naman yung anong tawag dyan? Kumusta naman yung mga buildings natin? Kumusta naman yung mga roads natin? Kumusta naman yung transportation natin? Okay, so are these goods transported safely? Diba? So these are some of the considerations when we talk about economic growth. Okay, so that is one, infrastructure. Another one is competition. Competition in the terms of increase of commercialization. Okay, so paano ba yung naging palitan ng goods and services, goods and products doon sa market natin? Okay, and the third one is about innovation. Okay, so what are the innovations? What are the breakthrough initiatives, okay, na ginagawa ng government natin to respond and address the gaps that are being identified, or mga hindering factors when we talk about economic growth. Okay, sige. So another one is about investing in people. So we all know that anong tawag dyan, all human beings have worth and dignity. Okay, so we have that ethical principle. So we need to invest with the humanity, invest on the worth, and the innate capacity of every individual. Okay, because every one of us have the fair share of fair share of knowledge, okay, or even mga in our simplest way, we can actually help our economic growth. Okay, so yun. So by saying investing in people, we have to invest on our health and education. Okay, so that is actually when we talk about the 4Ps or the Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino program, so we all know that the investment of the 4Ps is on the human capital, that is about health and education. That is why the goal is for this number or for this 0 to 18 na mga bata kailangan makatapos ng pag-aaral. Okay, because they will be having more opportunities sooner pag-graduate nila. So more opportunities for work at mas magiging mas mataas ang income ng para sa kanila at para sa kanilang buong pamilya. Okay? So another one is health, dapat from time to time monitored yung health ng ating mga bata. Okay? So that is from 0 to 14. Okay, up until meron pa tayong sinasabing deworming. Okay, so that is why we need to invest on our people, the potential, okay, the capacity, the ability, of every individual. Now, the next one is protection against instability. So when we talk about this, so meron tayong sinasabing indicators na we have promoting peace and security. Okay, so that includes fostering unity amidst cultural diversity. So we are living in a country that we have various cultures, beliefs, very diverse sa Philippines. Okay, but along with that, no, kung titingnan natin kasi yung target naman natin is magkaroon ng isang maginhawang buhay. So we have to be united, no? And with that, no, we have to promote peace, no? And we need to secure, okay, that every individual, the beliefs of every individual shall be respected. Okay, so yun. Then the second one is unexpected medical expenses, no? So para masasabi natin na merong instability, we need to secure our health, no? Through insurance, no, mga health insurance, okay? So through mga healthcare benefits, mga health program packages, okay? So we have as much as possible, no? We have to improve, no, our healthcare system, no, with regards to with this indicator. Okay, then the last one is expenses due to natural disasters. So we need to prepare, no, we have to be disaster resilient, okay, because we all know, no, disaster are, excuse me, man-made, no, and anong tawag dyan, natural. Okay, so pag sinasabi natin ganyan, no, hindi natin alam kung kailan ito mangyayari. So we don't have control most of the time, no. Wala tayong control for that, no, in terms of damages. So that is why we have to as much as possible, no, we have to increase, no, or we have to develop, no, more programs, no, or increase the participation of every individual, no, in terms of becoming a resilient, no, a disaster resilient community or disaster resilient LGUs. Okay? Sige. So now, let's move to the Philippine Development Plan. That is from 2017. Yung coverage nito is 2017-2022. Okay? So may I ask, no, anyone? So do you have any idea about PDP or the Philippine Development Plan? Kung para saan naman ito, sir, itong Philippine Development Plan?
Same sir nung
Anyone?
kanina. Ano din po siya. Tag dito? Guide in development planning na nagre-reflect po sa mga socio-economic policies.
Ayun. So thank you for that, ma'am, no? So kasi nga, no, yung Philippine Development Plan, yes, okay, meron ng mga sagot dito, no. This is a 0-10, no, 0 to 10 point socioeconomic agenda is geared towards the ambition natin 2040. Ayun, okay? So, pag sinasabi natin Philippine Development Plan, no, this is an account, no, an account of the Philippine president, okay, to address or to have a clear, no, or a concrete, no, strategies in responding or addressing the ambition natin 2040. Okay? So from ambition natin 2040, no, na nilagdaan at na launch noong 2015, no. So yung ambition naman, yung Philippine Development Plan naman, no, by October 2016, no, the president, no less than President Rodrigo Duterte, okay, so he signed, no, by virtue of the Executive Order number 5 series of 2016, okay, so he signed and expressed, no, his commitment, okay, to include or address, okay, on his Philippine Development Plan the idea of the ambition nating 2040. Okay? Kaya meron tayong sinasabing PDP. Okay? So the PDP naman is meron din itong sariling version, no? Kumbaga meron itong version ng pag-address ng doon sa mga indicators ng ambition natin 2040. Okay, so kung titingnan natin, si ambition natin 2040 is anchored on the MDG and SDG, and ito naman si PDP is anchored on the ambition natin 2040. Okay? Sige. So, ito yung 10-point socio-economic agenda. So, the 10-point socio-economic agenda, these are during the presidency of course, President Rodrigo Duterte. No, ito yung, kumbaga, ito yung focus niya doon sa kanyang term. Okay? So, ito yung 10. Okay? So, I will not discuss all of this, the 10, but titingnan lang natin kung paano ba nagkaroon ng, paano ba ito translate on his PDP, itong Ambition Natin 2040. Okay? So kung titingnan natin si Ambition Natin 2040, merong matatag, maginhawa at panatag na buhay. Okay? Ito namang sinasabi nating PDP, that is from 2017 on the term of President Duterte, that is number 1, malasakit, the malasakit is enhancing the social fabric. Okay, ito yung version. And the second one is pagbabago, inequality reducing transformation, and the third one is patuloy na pag-unlad, increasing growth potential. Okay? So ito yung account ng PDP. Okay? Sige. So para masasabi natin, nagtitingnan natin kung ano ba yung mga strategic indicators pag sinasabi natin itong malasakit, pagbabago at patuloy na pag-unlad ng PDP. Okay? Because yung goal ng PDP is to lay down the foundation inclusive growth, a high trust and resilient society, and a globally competitive knowledge economy. Okay? So these are along with malasakit, these are the social indicators or the indicators, or the strategic actions, along with this malasakit. So una, ensure people-centered clean and efficient governance. Okay? Another one is to pursue swift and fair administrative of justice. And the third one is to promote Philippine culture and values. Okay? So, by the way, for everyone's information, along with malasakit, andito din yon yung mga actions along with corruption. Okay? So, yung about doon sa pag-monitor ng mga funds, okay? This is under malasakit. Okay? Because it is on the pursue, on the fair administration and justice. Okay? Now, for the pagbabago naman, inequality reducing transformation, so we have these strategic indicators. Number 1 is to expand economic opportunities. Okay? So this is more on addressing economic na mga vulnerabilities. Then another one, to increase access to economic opportunities. So more individuals na magiging employed, then accelerate human capital development, and another one is to reduce vulnerability of the individuals. Okay? And both for patuloy na pag-unlad and pagbabago, so this is implemented, addressing these two components. So implement strategic trade and fiscal policy, maintain macroeconomic stability, and promote competition. Okay? So for the third one naman, patuloy na pag-unlad, so it promotes technology adoption, stimulate innovation, and it maximize demographic dividend. Okay? So if you are in the government now, working in the government now, or even you are having mga volunteerism, or even during your years, na nag-study pa kayo, for sure you have interviewed some of the head of the agencies, ganyan, of different agencies, hindi lamang DSWD. Okay? So kung titingnan natin kung i-assess natin yung mga programs and services ng bawat ahensya ng mga national government agencies, these are all anchored on the strategic framework ng PDP. Okay? And even hindi lang siya anchored, but these are implemented with the directive of the president, especially those programs na created during this term. Okay, so because some of the programs and services are being sustained, no, as sustained na lang, kumbaga continuously implemented, but these are basically, no, tawag dyan, these are all anchored, no, doon sa SDGs. Okay, kasi lahat naman ito anchored doon sa SDGs. Okay, MDGs at SDG. Okay, and also itong mga indicators na ito na nag-overlap for these three components, we have number 1, to ensure peace and security, no, that is true to all the components, and also accelerate the strategic infrastructure development, okay, ensure safety and build resilience, and the last one is to ensure ecological integrity, clean and healthy environment. Okay, so that's for PDP. Okay, so I will not discuss, no, every part of this Philippine Development Plan. But you can actually browse it on we have a manual for this actually, no, for the Philippine Development Plan, no, that is for everyone's consumption naman, no, 2017 to 2022. So pag sinasabi nating part 1 doon sa manual, no, it talks about especially the long view, the global and the regional trends and prospects, no. Another one is overlay of the economic growth. Ano ba yung magiging strategy in terms of addressing, no, or having or a meeting, no, na magkaroon tayo ng growth in terms of economic, no, and also demographic trends and physical characteristics, no, and the PDP 2017 to 22 overall framework. Okay, so pag sinasabi naman nating enhancing the social fabric, which is the malasakit, no, so these are also the yung diniscuss ko kanina, yung mga strategic indicators niya, no, and so on and so forth. Okay, sige. So up until, no, doon sa Foundations for Sustainable Development, we have also mga strategic indicators for that, no. So that is true to all, no, true to all components of the Philippine Development Plan. Okay, so that ends for the first one, no, for the SDGs, the ambition natin 2040, and the PDP. Okay, questions so far? Meron ba tayong tanong? Okay, so why do we need to discuss the PDP? So we have to discuss to include PDP, no? Baka kasi 22 pa tayo ngayon, no? So within the term pa, no, kumbaga ng strategic implementation, no, ng PDP, no, from 2017 to 2022. But of course, I would like to advise you all na from time to time you have to browse, baka meron din namang meron nang, no, mga new version, no, ng what do you call that, ng mga Philippine Development Plan. Okay, kasi meron na tayong bagong administration. Okay, baka meron ding merong ibang focus, no, yung bagong president natin. Okay, just need to browse and inform yourself, no, about the current, no, or the trends. Sige. So shall we proceed with the programs and services now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sige. So medyo mahaba yung magiging discussion natin for this one, but no, I will just discuss the highlights, no, of the programs and services. Okay, so as mentioned by Ma'am Ka-Ingles kanina, no, I was with the SWD actually for 8 years, no, and specifically under Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino program. So yun, and my presentation, my what they call this, my presentation, my material is based actually, no, or coming from the DSWD field office mismo, na field office Caraga, no, and I just enhance it some of the current, no, na mga development, no, especially, no, some programs and services were already passed into law. So meron na siyang meron ng mga kaunting changes, no? Mas kumbaga mas structured yung program kasi nga it was approved and passed into law. Okay? So sige. Yes, Ma'am Noor. Ma'am Noor, you're raising your hand. So we have question here. How can the public support or advocate for Ambisyon Natin 2040? Okay? So basically, when we talk about Ambisyon Natin 2040, hindi siya napag-uusapan doon sa mga communities, 'di ba? Parang alien 'yan, no? Parang walang alam yung mga tao about that, no? Parang pag sinasabi natin Ambisyon Natin 2040, this is actually within, no, the government agencies or even mga national government agencies or mga private institutions, ganyan. So itong mga institutions na ito, mga ahensya ito, sila yung mga nag-uusap-usap about Ambisyon Natin 2040. Okay? Pero paano ba natin masasabi na how are these people can contribute, no, in terms of addressing, no? So as I have mentioned, no, all individuals have the potential. Merong potential, merong capacity, merong pwedeng gawin, merong pwedeng ma-share, no, yung bawat Pilipino para ma-address itong Ambisyon Natin 2040. So unang-una, no, that is for example, I would just like to cite the example of the 4Ps, no. So yun, these people are beneficiaries, no? They are recipient of 4Ps, okay? So paano ba sila magiging contributory, no, in terms of addressing, okay, the Ambisyon Natin 2040? No, unang-una is dapat pahalagahan nila yung mga benefits, yung mga grants, okay? Yung mga natatanggap nila ng mga services coming from the government. Okay? So that is the basic. Okay? Hindi nila dapat ito i-put into waste. Okay? Hindi nila dapat ito i-take advantage. Okay? Itong mga programang ito. Okay? Because yan kasi yung nagiging problema natin, no, most of the time, no, nagiging problema pag merong isa diyan na hindi nakatanggap, pag meron namang yung iba diyan na mas malaki yung natanggap, okay? We are trying to pull them, no? Sinasabi natin, dapat hindi yan siya eligible kasi ako yung mas mahirap ng ganyan, no? Parang merong competition, no, within ourselves and within families to other families, no, within communities to other communities. Okay? So yung key there is we have to respect, we have to embrace, and we have to take anong tawag diyan, to take parang anong tawag diyan, parang mas bigyan at pahalagahan natin ng mga programang ito na binibigay ng government. Okay? So these are actually basic, no, na magiging role ng ating mga individuals, okay? Because yun, especially in terms of participation, in terms of planning, 'di ba? So pag merong discussion doon sa community about these are our problems, ay hindi na ako makikinig diyan, ay ayoko na diyan. Okay? Kasi yung sa tingin, wala din naman yung mangyayari, wala din naman mangyayari sa atin, so hindi na lang ako makikinig, hindi na lang ako magpa-participate. So these are very basic. If you think you are a citizen of the country, if you think you have the capability, if you think you are helpful, no, to improve the economy or to address to have that ambition, no, by 2040, no, so you have to participate in the decision making within the community. Okay, you have to be involved. Okay, you have to increase your awareness. No, you have to be knowledgeable, no, on these things. Ganyan. Okay, so these are very basic. Okay, so sabi din naman ni Duke, hopefully this can be greatly emphasized in LGU, sir, because they really have bigger role kasi malaki na budget nila this upcoming years. Yeah, that is exactly, no. So yun, there is no single program that is perfect. no, there is no single strategies, no, or actions coming from the government that is perfect. So that is why the government really, no, is working hand in hand, no, to to different entities, no, at different levels, from the barangay to the local, no, or the municipal level, to the regional, national, and even international, no. So all these various platforms or levels, no, must be consulted, no, must be also parang ini-initiate din natin yung participation, no, ng lahat ng levels na ito, no. And I hope, yeah, no, with you all, no, increasing number of social workers, no, we can help, no, these communities na understand, no, their role, no, as a citizen of the country. Okay? Sige. So ayun. Sige. So let's discuss now the programs and services of the DSWT. Okay? Did you see my screen now? Wala pa ba? Meron na ba?
Meron na po.
Yes, sir. Ano, sir?
Thank you for that confirmation. Sa akin kasi dito, hindi ko nakita kung it is already presented. Anyways, so, okay, so, let's start our discussion with listahanan. No? Bago natin tignan at bago natin alamin kung ano ang mga programa ng DSWT. So let's discuss first the listahanan. Sir, ano ba ang listahanan? So do you have an idea ano yung listahanan? So paano na lang sa title na updates on the listahanan 3 implementation. So basically that's listahanan lang, no? Hindi siya updates on listahanan 3. So do you have any idea about listahanan? Any wild guess? Sabi ni Geraldine Monteseven, student po ito. So from NHTSPR, yeah, NHTSPR, list po ng mga lugar na mga mahihirap. Yes, sabi ni Ange, sabi naman Michelle, targeting system. Yeah, so a tool to identify beneficiaries of social protection programs. Okay, so kung nasaan ang poor, okay? These are all correct, no? Thank you for these answers, no? So these are all correct. So when we talk about listahanan, so it is actually identifying where and who and where the poor are. Okay, so yun yung mantra ng listahanan. So basically, it is also known as the National Household Targeting System for Poverty Reduction, NHTSPR. Sir, bakit ginawang listahanan from NHTSPR? So dati actually NHTSPR yan. So ngayon, it was named listahanan. What was the intention? Okay, so the very intention of modifying, hindi naman siya modifying. Okay, so the very intention of it's modifying or changing, no, the name, no, kasi pag sinasabi nating National Household Targeting System, no, for poverty reduction, walang dating, and it talks about the system mismo. Okay, pag NHTSPR, system siya, no? Kumbaga ito yung system kung saan ginagamit in terms of a system with indicators, ganyan. So hindi siya akma doon sa objective, doon sa purpose na bakit ginawa si NHTS. Okay? Because listahanan is an information management system that identifies who and where the poor are nationwide. So basically, pag sinasabi nating listahanan, automatic who and where the poor are. Okay? So basically, pag sinasabi nating listahanan, it is this is the national system, no, na ginagamit ng ating mga national government agencies as a baseline data, no, pag sinasabi nating sino ba yung bibigyan natin ng mga programs and services, those who are identified ng listahanan. Kasi nga si listahanan siya yung siya yung nag-identify kung saan at sino-sino yung mga sinasabi nating mahihirap, no, ng mga pamilya. Okay? So this system makes available to all the national government agencies and other social protection stakeholders, and it is a database of poor households as basis in identifying potential beneficiaries of their social protection programs and services. Okay? So take note of the word potential beneficiaries. Bakit? Kasi hindi sinasabi dito na kapag naandun ka sa list of poor, automatic dapat kang makatanggap ng programang yan. Okay? So, for example, andun ako sa list of poor, yung pamilya ko andun sa list of poor. Okay? Then, identified ako na bibigyan ng, halimbawa, bibigyan ng, anong tawag dyan, yung Social Amelioration Program or yung SAP. Okay? So, bibigyan ng cash, okay, yung isang pamilya. Kasi andun na nga ako sa list ng listahanan, no, doon sa identified poor. Pero hindi sinasabing andun ako sa list of poor automatic. Okay? I am a beneficiary of that certain program. Potential. Kasi nga, there is a margin of error. Okay? Merong margin of error, no, na sinasabi natin. So, dalawang lang yan. We have the inclusion error and the exclusion error. Okay? So, pag sinasabi natin inclusion, of course, napabilang ka sa poor kahit hindi naman. No? Exclusion error, na hindi ka napabilang sa poor, pero kung titingnan natin, poor naman talaga yung household o yung family. Pero sir, bakit nagkaroon ng ganyan? Okay? So, because, unang-una, there are discrepancies, no? Discrepancies that are being identified or gaps that are being identified during the implementation. Okay? So listahanan is updated every 3 years, no? And to some, no, magiging 3 to 5 years siya, no? So ito yung magiging process kasi kunyari ano tayo ngayon, no, nag-enumerate. Okay, so I don't know if you are familiar with the sticker of the listahanan that is being posted on the houses or on your sa labas ng bahay. I don't know if you have seen that, no? But yun, proof of assessment, merong ganyan, merong check. So meaning, pag kunyari na-assess ka ngayon, tapos after ilang months nagkaroon ng disaster. Okay? So during pag-assess sa iyo, pag-assess ng household mo, so hindi ka poor kasi nga maganda yung pamamahay, meron namang anong tawag dito, merong trabaho, ganyan, properties and all. Pero after ilang months, nagkaroon ng disaster. So basically, nagkaroon ng disaster, nagkaroon ng crisis sa pamilya, namatayan, ganyan, yung head of the family at hindi na nakabangon, so nagkaroon ng crisis. Kaya kasi meron tayong tatlo, no? Poor, near poor, and non-poor. Okay? So pag sinasabi nating near poor, doon sa poverty line. Okay? Near poor, doon sa poverty line. Pag non-poor naman, of course, yung above poverty threshold. So andun ka na sa non-poor. Pero because of the disaster, because of the crisis, no, yung current condition ng family is, pag tinitingnan natin, pobre man ito, bakit hindi naman ito naisali? Karapat-dapat naman ito. Okay? So these are some of the circumstances, no, na masasabi nating na error, no, or masasabi nating posibleng mangyari kaya nagkaroon ng error doon sa targeting system na nangyayari. Another one, nag-interview doon sa household, tinatanong, tapos, meron po ba kayong trabaho? So basically kasi yung date of implementation or enumeration ng listahanan is during summer, no, parang ganyan. So walang pasok. So teacher, tapos pag tinanong, meron po ba kayong trabaho? So wala, basically wala kasi nga naka-teacher's leave, no, or wala akong trabaho, dito lang sa bahay, ganyan. No, or maybe to some hindi talaga nagda-divulge or nag-disclose ng totoong occupation. 'Di ba? So, kaya meron talagang nangyayaring mga exclusion kasi nga hindi sila nagda-disclose kung ano yung katotohanan. Okay? So, another another problem naman, sir, bakit nagiging parang hindi nasali ano naman karapat-dapat? Kasi meron ding cases na anong tawag diyan doon sa mga sa mga yung yung mga parang ikaw yung nag-take care doon sa rice field, no? Pag tinatanong, meron po ba tayong palayan, merong rice fields, ganyan, meron. Pero actually, caretaker lang din. Parang, anong bang tawag dyan sa sa parang tenant, yeah, that's it, no? Tenant, okay? So, tenant lang, no? Yung household na yan. So, basically, pag sinasabi nating tenant, hindi talaga siya yung owner, okay? But, doon sa pag-reflect doon sa sa during assessment, kasi hindi siya mas na-expound ng doon sa in-interview, no? Hindi niya na-expand. Hindi talaga ito sa amin, ganyan. So, parang naging owner type na siya doon sa mga properties na yan. So, basically, kaya natanggal siya doon sa, basically, kaya nagkaroon siya ng non-poor na result. Okay, so these are just some of the circumstances, no, bakit meron tayong sinasabing potential, no, na mga beneficiaries, because these are all subject for validation, no? Okay, sige. So, let's move on. So why do we need a targeting system? Okay, so we need a targeting system because resources are limited. 'Di ba? So sa sinasabi natin kanina, 'di ba, hindi lahat ng demands ng mga tao ay kaya ng government na ibigay or ma-address, 'di ba? So our resources are limited, no? Internal and external resources are very limited. That is why we need to prioritize. Diba? So that is on our principle din, no, ng social work. We need to have a partialization and prioritization kung sino ba yung target natin. Target actions, target beneficiaries, diba? So meron sa atin yan. So because of that very limited na mga resources, we need to use the targeting system, okay? And use of these resources on programs that seek to reduce poverty will have less impact and will be wasted if they do not reach the poor who need them the most, okay? Kasi pag anong tawag dyan? Pag yung mga naka-benefits na mga programs and services ng government ay hindi naman talaga actually yung mas mahihirap pa, no? Yung mas karapat-dapat pa, yung mas eligible pa, no, doon sa programs and services na sinasabi natin, no? So masasayang lang yung resources. It's a waste of resources. Okay? So it's a waste of effort, it's a waste of energy, and it's a waste of all. Okay? Kasi nga hindi natin ito natingnan ng maayos, no? Kung in terms of criteria, no, in targeting kung sino ba yung dapat bigyan, no, ng mga programs and services na ito. Okay? So also this will maximize the impact of social protection programs and at the same time minimize wasted of resources. Okay? So mas makikita kasi natin yung impact ng isang pamilya na from andun siya sa poor, very poor, tapos mas makikita natin yung pag-angat niya, no, in terms of living, in terms of income. Okay, so mas makikita natin ito, no, kasi nga the family is parang started from nothing. Okay, started from a minimal na resources. No, and with the aid of the government, mas makita natin na slowly merong progress. Mas makita natin yung malaking impact or malaking progress, no, ng mga pamilyang ito. Okay. Ito yung sinasabi kong proof of assessment, no, na andun sa mga bahay-bahay pagtapos ka ng ma-enumerate ng listahanan. Okay? So objectives of the listahanan, unang-una is to formulate a uniform set of criteria for identifying poor families in the country through scientific means. Okay? So pag sinasabi nga natin poverty, it's very relative, 'di ba? So relative yung definition ng poverty. Okay? So lalo na pag poor. relative din yung definition ng poor. Iba-iba yung pag-define ng poor. Okay? So that is why through listahanan, okay, so the listahanan opt to set a uniform criteria for poor families in the country through scientific means. Okay, so number 2 is to maximize the benefits of social protection programs by developing evidence-based services for the poor. Pangatlo, to minimize wastage of resources by ensuring that only those who are deserving benefit from social protection programs. Okay? So, ito din, no, pag sinasabi nating wastage of resources, no? So, for so long, okay, for so long, kasi nga mga hindi pinag-iisipan or mga, anong tawag dyan, pag ito lang yung gustong, parang yung mga ano lang ba, yung mga identified programs noon, no, ng mga implemented, basta na lang, no, basta na lang ma-disburse, no, yung fund, okay, so para lang doon sa percentage of utilization doon sa funds, no, kaya nagkakaroon ng wastage ng resources kasi technically, no, hindi ginagamitan ng scientific na pag-identify kung sino ba yung mga target, no? Okay? Another one is to facilitate sharing of the high-quality database to public and private social protection stakeholders. Okay, so when we say public and private social protection stakeholders, so hindi siya nalilimit lang sa NGAs, no, yung paggamit ng listahanan. Okay, so other institutions, no, other private organizations, no, non-government organizations are also using the listahanan because it is widely na identified to be most effective, no, na scientific na targeting for the poor. Okay? Sige. So why household assessments being conducted by the DSWD instead of PSA? So sir, bakit yung DSWD, hindi naman DSWD yung binigyan ng directive coming from the national, no, or merong ang DSWD yung merong ganyang directive na sila dapat yung mag-identify kung sino yung poor. Okay? Sige. So it is by EO, Executive Order 867, series of 2010, okay, so that the government gave the responsibility of identifying poor families to DSWD. Okay, as the leader in social protection and the implementer of key government social assistance programs, it is the department's duty to implement policies and programs in the most effective and efficient manner. Okay, and having a targeting system that is based on scientific, objective, and standard set of criteria to identify the poor is important to achieve the department's goal and mandate. Okay, but on the concern, bakit hindi PSA? So, hindi si PSA kasi merong mandato si PSA na hindi siya pwedeng mag-divulge o hindi siya pwedeng mag-share ng data. Okay? So, any data about poor, no, hindi pwedeng i-share ni PSA. Okay? Kaya, isa yan sa consideration na hindi si PSA yung nagkakandak ng household assessment. No? Kaya si DSWD. Now, if you will try to browse the PSA, all you have to check on your database, no, is more on the numbers. So these are public numbers, no? So hindi ka makakakita doon kung sino-sino kasi nga yung mandato nila is bawal i-share ito. Okay? So someone is raising his hand, I think. Pero bang nagre-raise ng hand? Hindi ko nakita kasi kanina. Baka merong questions or baka mabilis lang po ba yung yung discussion? Okay, so baka napindot lang din da. Okay, so yun, no, kaya hindi si PSA kasi nga this is a classified data. Pag sinasabi natin classified, no, so these are information that are beyond the numbers. no? So for example, the name, the address, the contact numbers, okay? So hindi yan siya pwedeng i-disclose, no? So kaya hindi pwedeng si PSA kasi na mandated siya na hindi siya pwedeng mag-share ng any information. Okay? Sige. So what are the roles of the LGUs, no, in terms of implementation? Okay, so basically, ang role lang talaga ng LGU, no, during the course of implementation, no, ng listahanan is to ensure that all operations of the listahanan are being assisted and supported. So ano bang mga sinasabi nating operation? So from the initial or the preparation na stage up until the post preparation. Okay? So we have, like, for example, no, mga courtesy calls, orientations, no, these are actually done within the LGU. Another one is to validate the veracity of the data, no? So meron dyan sa LGU to assist our, excuse me, can I have a break lang, no, mga kami, to drink a water, 2 to 3 minutes lang, okay lang?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Okay
sir.
po, sir.
Okay po, sir.
Okay po, sir. Water break din po kami.
Noted, sir.
Okay, sige. So let's continue. Sige. So dito, no, sa role ng LGUs, no, in terms of the implementation. So ano ba yung role? Very critical, very crucial, no? Kaya nga sinasabi natin na ang tawag diyan, in terms of the results, no, ng listahanan, no. So bago pa man ito na finalize ang result ng listahanan, okay, dumaan ito from the barangay at dumaan ito na from the municipal level. So basically, they have the role, no, they have that responsibility, okay, to validate the results. Okay, para tingnan para matingnan, okay, kasi ipopost kasi ito, ipopost din sa LGU na ito yung mga hindi
No,
hindi
no, be.
Mamayan. Can you mute your microphone po or you want to say something? Sige po. Napindot lang din ni Mamayan. So so very crucial yung magiging role, no? Aside from assisting our enumerators or assisting our field implementers for the listahanan, no? So they have the crucial role to cross check, no? Who are the families that are being enumerated, or who are those families who are not enumerated? Okay, so they are also have to verify, no, whether these households are anong tawag dyan, poor or non-poor. Okay, dun kasi bago ilabas officially yung results, it will go through another round of validation. Okay, so yan. So that's basically the process, no, in terms of listahanan. Okay, someone is talking.
Villarosa, me. 30. Tara, be.
Ma'am Geraldine. Pamute na lang po, Ma'am Geraldine. Thank you po.
Ikot lang kasi.
Paki-mute po, please.
Ma'am Geraldine. Sige, baka hindi ata na ano ni Ma'am Geraldine. Sige. So we'll just proceed, no, with our discussion. Sige. So no, actually meron tayong maraming stages, no, in terms of the implementation of the listahanan. Okay? So basically yung ano naman yung stages niya is actually the same, no, with other, no, general na mga stages. So meron tayong tinatawag na preparatory phase, then the data collection and analysis, the validation and finalization phase, then the report generation and management. So that is the last one. Okay? Sige. So another mechanism na ginagamit ng listahanan just to ensure the reliability of the generation of the lists, no? So it will undergo a Proxy-Means test, no, or the PMT, no? So PMT actually it is a statistical model that is that estimates households welfare level, no, based on the indicators. Okay, so ako personally, I was able to rerun, no, some of the households, no, kasi I was with DSWD and Pantawid and designated as the regional grievance officer that time. So basically one of our role is to validate, no, those exclusion errors, no, exclusion and inclusion errors. So bago namin ito kunyari for example for 4Ps, bago namin i-delist yung household, kasi nga hindi sinasabi may mga complaints na hindi ito eligible. So bago namin i-delist ito, recommend for the listing, no, we will undergo a Proxy-Means test rerunning, no, para tignan natin kung Proxy-Means test. Yes, Ma'am Ange, PMT. So i-rerun natin yung indicators, yung result doon, tapos that's a statistical instrument po. Tapos it will have a result of a number, for example, merong number na result, tapos merong descriptive na poor, non-poor, o at near poor. Okay, so i-run mo lang yung system, you just have to put the details, no, encode mo yung details, tapos i-run mo sa system. So ganun lang yung magiging process niya, kasi i-validate mo yung household, no, kasi meron namang form na ginagamit for that matter, no? Tapos check ka doon sa kung ano yung result, then after that you will rerun the system, na the PMT, then automatically merong result niya. Okay? So yun yung magiging basis. Okay? So yun. So let's move to Pantawid. Okay? So we will discuss first the 3 core programs of the DSWD, no, the Pantawid, the Kalahi Seeds, and the Sustainable Livelihood Program. Okay? Sige. So the Philippines Conditional Cash Transfer Program, or the CCT. You know, so for everyone's information, you know, so CCT is the international name for 4Ps. Okay, international. Sir, bakit international term? Okay? So international term kasi nga hindi lang Philippines ang merong CCT. Okay? So other countries, meron din sa Brazil, meron din sa India, no, meron din sa Colombia, okay? So and other Latin American countries. Okay? So for the Philippine version, no, at kaya tinatawag itong Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino Program. Okay? So if you will try to check it on the Congress, no, dati pag manonood tayo ng television, discussion about 4Ps, so hindi talaga 4Ps yung tiniterm na ginagamit doon sa discussion sa Congress. No, but it's the conditional cash transfer because it's the international term, no, for the program. Okay? So meron sa ibang bansa, no, hindi lang Pilipinas ang merong CCT. Okay. So let's move to the update, no, in terms of development ng 4Ps. So just recently, okay, so ako din, no, na I'm proud, really, no, proud ako na naging kabilang ako dito, no, doon sa anong tawag dyan, pagbibigay ng effort, no, just to ensure na ma-approve ang bill na ito, no, itong RA 11310. So an act institutionalizing the Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino Program. So it is now called as the 4Ps Act, or the Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino Program Act. Okay? Sige. So these are the important dates when we talk about the 4Ps Act. Okay? So the 4Ps Act, number 1, it was signed into law by President Duterte last April 17, 2019. Okay? So it was published date, okay, last May 22, 2019, and the law took effect last June, no, and officially, okay, by December 10, 2019 yung approval date ng law na ito. Okay? So ito yung pinagdaanan, no, ng law na ito. So the time we need to have an account from LGUs, no, from CSO, civil society organizations, no, and we have to document mga stories coming from the beneficiaries, no, from mga success stories, no, from the beneficiaries, or even those are not beneficiaries, no, from the field implementers, from the partners. Okay, so kailangan namin i-document lahat ng yon, no, just to ensure na ma-justify yung claim, no, to pass the bill, no, or to approve, no, or to have this law, no, approved. Okay, so ganyan yung mga pinagdaanan, no, ang daming strategies, ang daming activities, ang daming mga ginawa, no, just to ensure na ma-approve ito. Okay. So, paano ba ito naging, ano ba yung 4Ps? Okay? So, it is a national poverty reduction strategy and a human capital investment. So, yun na nga, no? Human capital investment, because yung investment natin is more on health and education of every individual. Okay? Because with the intention, no, with the idea that if a person is given, no, or providing, will be provided a maximum maximum programs and services, no, with regards to health and education, no, so there is really a bigger possibility, no, that these individuals, okay, will break the intergenerational cycle of poverty. Okay? Kasi mas maraming opportunities para magkaroon ng trabaho at they will become healthy, no? Along the way sa pag-work nila, no, they are being monitored, ganyan, no? Because yun, that is the very intention. Okay? So, it provides CCT, no, or conditional cash transfer, no, because you will be provided with cash, no, along with the conditions set by the program. Okay, so to poor households to improve the health, the nutrition, the education, and the socio-economic aspects of their lives. Okay. So ano ba yung logo ng 4Ps? No? Hindi ko lang din alam kung lalabas ba ito sa board exam, but I just included it, no, for just to ensure, no, baka I don't know kung sino yung magiging ano natin, yung board, no, na for that matter. So baka coming from the DSWD, no, specifically baka galing sa DSWD, no. So logo ng 4Ps ay yung correct dito. Saan dito? What do you think?
Number 3.
Number 3. So itong nasa baba, no, basically. So that's 1, 2, okay, 3, 4 sa baba. So sabi 3. What about the others? Okay, so merong 3, merong 2. So parang 3 and 2 lang din, no? Okay. So mas marami ata yung 3. Ayun. 3. Merong 2. Okay, sige. So the correct is
2.
wala, hindi pala lumabas. So the correct answer is yung 2. Okay? Why? Hindi siya 3. That's 2 because it must yung color ng blue must be on the left side at yung color ng red is on the right side. So tingnan, pareho dapat si blue na yung clip art na tao. So pareho dapat sila ng anong tawag siya? Doon sa arc ng heart, in the left arc ng heart. Okay? So yun. So that's number 2. Okay? Sige, so let's explain the logo. So the colors represent, no? So the colors represent the colors of the Philippine flag. Okay, so klaro naman yan. And the heart shows the compassionate service of the program to its beneficiaries because work without heart is useless. Okay, so actually, up until now, that is actually my parang my mantra. No, all you have to do is to love your work because if you love your work, no, everything will follow. Okay? So, yun, kahit gaano kahirap, ano pa yung stress, pressure, at yung activities, if you will just enjoy your work, your activities, your functions, no, because you love that. You love what you are doing. Okay? So, yun. Then, the third one is family. It symbolizes the combined efforts of the members towards fulfilling the country's commitment to meet the Millennium Development Goals. Okay, sige. So pag sinasabi nating to meet the Millennium Development Goals, so kasi si Pantawid, si 4Ps started last 2009. Okay? So wala pang SDGs niyan. Okay? So if we all know, 2009, no, meron na tayong MDGs because MDGs started 2000. Okay? So basically, si Pantawid, si 4Ps ay nabuo, it is anchored, started ng MDGs, hindi sa SDG. Okay? So, ito, no, and along with the 8 na MDG, no, we have 5 MDGs no, that are being responded no, by the Pantawid. So, unang-una dyan is to eradicate extreme poverty and hunger. Okay? And the second one is to achieve universal primary education, promote gender equality and women empowerment, reduce child mortality, and to improve maternal health. Okay? So, these are the 5 no kung ano ina-address na ng ng program ng Pantawid program. Okay? So merong inquiry in terms of having a copy of the lecture. So I will just provide it to Ma'am Giselle, no, and I don't know if Ma'am Giselle na will provide through your learning system if you have that, or I don't know in terms of dissemination, baka i-email na lang din sa inyo po. Okay? So yun.
Thank you,
Okay.
sir.
So
Thank you,
okay.
sir.
Sige.
Thank
So
you
let's
very
continue
much.
the 4Ps Act. So meron tayong sinasabing beneficiary selection. So ano ba yung beneficiary selection? So eto, no, kasi sinasabi natin ang daming pwedeng maging eligible, no? But we need to identify who are really the deserve, no, ng mga individuals or families. Okay? So in terms of beneficiary selection, these are under and we are utilizing the listahanan, no, in which it is in standardized targeting system. Okay? And through listahanan, no, the Pantawid, the 4Ps program, no, will conduct a revalidation of the beneficiary every 3 years. Okay? So yun. Sige, so ito yung karagdagan ng mga specific targets. Okay, kung sino ba yung magiging beneficiary ng programa. So we have the farmers, the fisher folks, the homeless families, the indigenous peoples, those in the informal settler sector, and those in the geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas, including those areas without electricity, shall be automatically included in the standardized targeting system. Okay, so take note ha, this is already on the development of the 4Ps Act. Meaning to say, these are not on the start of the implementation, wala pa ito. Okay, hindi ito naka-specify kung sino yung maging target ng 4Ps. Okay, so yung specific yung eligibility criteria ng 4Ps started 2009, nakalagay doon is pag meron kang bata na 0 to 5, automatic, no, you will become a member of the Pantawid. No, if you are pregnant, any member of the household that is pregnant, pwede ka. Those identified households that are below poverty threshold, magiging beneficiary ka. Okay? Ito namang present ko ngayon, these are additional. Okay? So these are additional criteria in terms of the selection. Okay? Baka kasi i-compare nyo, no, na sabihin, sir, bakit meron akong kakilala? Ganito, hindi naman, farmer siya, pero hindi naman na-include. Okay? So, I don't know if kasi wala na ako sa program, okay, but definitely during the approval of this one, no, December 2019, so most likely, no, but by January, no, so basically merong mga additional na mga households, no, na magiging program beneficiary that is based, no, on this criteria. Okay, so these are classified as poor and near poor. Okay? So ito din naman, no, this is an additional information, ini-include na din yung near poor. Okay? Kasi dati naman it's only the poor, no? Kasi ang daming namang poor dito sa Pilipinas. Okay? And yun, so nag-expand na siya, no, from sets. Okay? So merong comment dito, no, set 10 to 11. So thank you for that, ma'am. No? So expanding until set 11, ang dami-dami na, no? Ang daming sets na. So yun, kasi yung hanggang set 8, 9 lang ata ako. 8 or 9, no? Something like that. Okay, so yun. So nag-expand na siya up until set 11. So yun. Paano po, sir, may abroad pero beneficiary ng 4Ps? Pwede po ba yun? So, again and again, thank you for that question, actually, Mary June, no? But, yun. So, meron tayong sinasabing validation and revalidation, no, of these beneficiaries. Kung dati naman identified siya as poor during enumeration ng listahanan, so kaya siya naging Pantawid beneficiary. Kasi that time, posible na hindi pa siya abroad. Okay? Or posible din kahit abroad naman yung isang household or any member ng household pero domestic helper din naman at saka yung income is hindi naman siya, if we will try to rerun no the PMT, hindi naman siya magiging above poverty threshold, so magiging qualified or eligible ka pa rin na maging beneficiary. Kasi for example, meron kang 10,000 na sweldo, or pagpalagay natin 15,000 a month na sweldo, tapos you are a member of 10 to 15 households. Okay? So paano mo pagkasyahin yung sweldong yan doon sa number of families or individuals? Okay? So yun. In terms of asking ano po yung basihan ng Set 11, I cannot specifics because I am no longer updated. Pero di ko alam no kung ano yung year of implementation ng Set 11. Okay? So you can browse it on the internet siguro. You can ask some of your friends, or baka meron din kayong kakilala na mga but I will ask my mga former colleagues naman ako sa DSWD. I can ask them so that I can give also information to you. Sir, what degree ng relationship sa government pwede mag-apply sa 4Ps? Government employer. What degree ng government employee pwede ano po yung context ng question? What degree para mag-apply? Sige, pa-clarify na lang po doon sa question, Ma'am Ethel. Okay? So, I would like to proceed now with my presentation. So, yun, classified as poor and near poor based on the standardized targeting system and the poverty threshold issued by the PSA at the time of the selection. Okay, so ito also have the members age 0 to 18 or members who are pregnant at the time of registration. So bakit 18 na? Because dati that is 0 to 14. Okay, that is 0 to 14. But with the intention, yun na kailangan masiguro natin na ma-approve or makapagtrabaho. Okay, kasi yung kadalasan based on study, okay, pag-graduate ng high school or even hindi pa naka-graduate ng high school, most of these individuals din kasi nga graduate na siya sa 4Ps kay na siya, nag-15 na siya, hindi na siya monitored. So nag-stop na din ng pag-eskwela, no? So sayang yung naging investment ng government. Kasi hindi ito na ituloy, no, because of that tawag diyan reason, no, for some, because of that reason, kasi hindi ka napantawid anak, so stop ka na, no. So kaya in-expand hanggang 18, no, and up until makapag-graduate ng senior high school. Okay, so that's the very intention para yun, kasi according to study, pag graduate ka ng high school, yun na yung labanan sa marketability mo doon sa employment. Okay, so if you're not a graduate of high school, most likely pang labor, no, or i-employ ka nga ng etong ganyang trabaho, malaking responsibility, pero yung pasweldo naman is maliit kasi nga hindi ka naman graduate ng high school. So these are some of the considerations bakit in-expand up until 18 yung age coverage niya. Sige, I have seen some or lots of questions here. Sige, so I will just answer some of it, no? May nag-authorize po ba ng bill na 4Ps po, Kalahi and SLP? Yes. So every bill, meron naman talagang author yan. Okay? We don't have yet a bill for SLP, but we have a bill for Kalahi. And you try to browse it, no, for the specific authors for 4Ps and for Kalahi, no. So I don't know as to progress ng Kalahi kung saan na ito banda, no, in terms of hearing, no, if it's in the first reading, second reading, or what, no. Hindi ko alam as to update ng Kalahi, but you can actually browse it, no. Thank you for that question din, Geraldine. Baka nga lalabas din. Sir, ano pong kailangan pag nag-transfer ka ng school? transfer ng school sa, ano ba ito? Sa Pantawid, pag nag-transfer ka ng school for monitoring. So pag nagta-transfer ka ng school, you just need to submit a school enrollment certificate para ma-update yung monitoring mo, no, kung saan ka na i-monitor na school facility. Okay? I mean, yung may pamilya na government employee po, pwede sila mag-apply. Wala po yan sa criteria, no, para maging Pantawid. It doesn't mean na meron kang government employee na member, pwede nang maging Pantawid beneficiary. So that is not included in the criteria for Pantawid or the 4Ps. What if government employee yung husband, PNP, at ang asawa walang work? Pwede po ba maging beneficiary ng 4Ps? So again and again, it will still undergo a validation from the grievance officers. So we have the grievance officers, sila yung nagba-validate in terms of eligibility, no? So pag stable naman yung work, no? Kasi pag PNP, nasa PNP, stable yan. So basically, the family or the household is not eligible for the program kasi stable naman yung income. Okay? So kahit anong tawag diyan, kahit anong mangyari, no, merong mapagkukunan yung isang pamilya kasi nga stable yung income. Okay? So how about those parents, solo parents, are they also entitled to apply as beneficiary like 4Ps? Yes, solo parents meron, pero yun sinasabi ko nga hindi naman siya ina-applyan yung 4Ps. Okay? Hindi siya ina-applyan kasi this is based on listahanan, yung targeting system natin. But you can actually anong tawag dyan, you can express na doon sa mga staff natin, no, doon sa mga areas, pwede namang mag-express na you are interested to become a beneficiary, so para you will be subjected for validation. Okay? And perhaps a cross-matching doon sa list ng listahanan. Okay? Kasi the baseline data, no, in terms of kanang mga Pantawid beneficiaries are coming from the national. Yung list talaga is coming from the national. Okay? Sige, so let me proceed. No, later I will check your questions back. Okay, so willing to comply with the conditions specified by the Act. Okay, so of course, pag hindi naman willing, no, hindi natin i-include sa Pantawid. So just like our principle, no, it should be working with our clients. Okay, hindi siya pwedeng work for, no, for our clients. Work with talaga tayo. Pag hindi naman interested to be part of the program, so hindi natin include. Okay, so these are two of the specific objectives ng program. So una, social assistance. So this is a short-term objective because families are being provided with the cash assistance. No, bakit short-term? Kasi nga, nagbibigay ka lang ng pera. So that is why it's short-term. Okay, so another one is the social development. So that is to break the intergenerational poverty cycle through investments in human capital. So social development naman because that is a long-term goal, no, or long-term objective. Why? Because yun, sinasabi natin na up until makapag-graduate yung isang bata or yung minomonitor natin na bata. Okay? So after that one na makapag-graduate siya, posible pag time will come, no, kapag siya naman yung magkapamilya, hindi na magiging poor yung family niya. Kasi nga mas malaki yung chance niya para makapagtrabaho ng maayos. Okay? More opportunities to have a decent job, okay? More opportunities to have a better na pamumuhay. Okay? Kasi yung investment ng social development is on the human capital. Okay. So, yun, no? So, what are the conditions, no, or conditionality ng Pantawid or ng 4Ps? Unang-una, so lahat dapat ng pregnant women, no, mga buntis na member ng household, they must avail the pre and postnatal care, no, na services. Okay? So of course, yung provision or provider natin is doon naman sa health clinic, okay? Or sa mga health centers. Then next one is children 0 to 5 years old must receive preventive health and nutrition services, including checkups and deworming. Okay? So yun, that includes 0 to 5. Then ito naman, children 1 to 14 must avail deworming pills at least twice a year. So etong mga bata na ito, no, sir, meron bang deworming? I-deworm pa din ba kahit tapos na sa 0 to 5? Yes, no, the deworming will be conducted hindi na sa center but doon na sa school. Kasi meron namang deworming sa school. Okay? So that is on 6 to 14. Okay? Then children 3 to 4 years old must attend daycare or preschool classes at least 85% of the attendance. Okay? So hindi natin sinasabing 100%, no? Because si 4Ps naman is hindi siya nagmo-monitor in terms of anong tawag diyan? Attendance or I know not attendance, monitor in terms of ano ba yung natutunan. Kasi yung sinasabi nila, no, merong mga nagsasabi na, sir, pag 85% lang, so anong natutunan ng mga bata kapag 85% lang yung monitoring niyo? Okay? So yung sagot naman ng 4Ps diyan, no, hindi na po, kumbaga, it is not the responsibility ng 4Ps para i-measure kung meron bang natutunan. It is the responsibility now of the Department of Education to ensure that these individuals or itong mga batang ito ay merong natutunan doon sa pagpunta nila sa school, no? Kaya at least 85% lang yung monitoring ng class attendance. Okay? So children 5 to 18 must attend elementary and secondary classes at least 85% of the time, and at least one responsible person must attend FDS conducted by the DSWD staff. Okay. So these are the grants. Okay, so tapusin lang muna natin yung 4Ps, no, na presentation. Then let's have a 5-minute break, no, for a water or a powder break, no, or yun sa gustong punta ng comfort room. Okay, sige, so conditional cash transfer grants. Okay, so we have, it is divided into two, no, the education and health. Okay, so for education, daycare, it is 300 pesos. For junior high school naman, meron tayong 500, and for senior high school, 700 pesos. Okay, and that is per child per month for 10 months per year. Sir, bakit 10 months? Anong reason bakit 10 months lang? Diba 12 months naman dapat, sir?
Hindi po
10 months na
kasali
klase po.
yung bakasyon.
Sa school po na 10 months po.
Yes, because of
Full
because meron
calendar
tayong meron tayong break, no? Meron tayong 2-month break. Okay, kaya 10 months lang. So these are kumbaga months, no, na in school yung mga bata. Okay? Sige. So for health naman, that is 750 pesos for health and nutrition, a health grant. And that is per month for 12 months, no? So monitoring ito for 0 to 5, pregnant women, deworming FDS. So this is all or nothing. So pag si 0 to 5 hindi nakapag-visit ng health center, kahit nakapag-visit sa pregnant women, nakapag-deworm ito at nakapag-FDS, wala pa ring matatanggap na health grant. So all or nothing. So halimbawa, compliant naman ang 0 to 5 in terms of visitation, no, in terms of yung mga ibang health services, no. Pregnant women nakapag-visit naman, post and prenatal care, deworming meron naman, pero hindi naka-attend ng FDS, wala pa ring matatanggap na 750. Okay, that is all or nothing. Sige. So other services provided. So una, all members of the Pantawid no are automatically covered by PhilHealth. Okay? So that is on necessary funding that coming from the syntax law. Okay? And also, 4Ps beneficiaries will be given priority in the availment of the modalities and interventions under DSWD's Social Sustainable Livelihood Program. Okay? So, kumbaga, priority natin yung mga Pantawid beneficiaries because yun, with the intention of converging all the programs, no, mas maganda na since these are already ang tawag dyan, provided no with the necessary services ng government kasi nga pantawid na ito, so tutulungan na lang din natin sila no through our livelihood na mga modalities no or SLP na modalities. So including employment facilitation and other appropriate or similar programs offered by the other government agencies or accredited private institution. That is why no later on when you will be deployed or you will become as one of a registered social worker na doon sa sa DSWD assigned sa Pantawid. Okay? So meron kayong gagawin na case management. And with that, nagki-case manage kayo kasi magkakaroon kayo ng linking, no? Saan nyo i-link the possibility of referring your client into different programs and services within your locality, no? Kung based on the assessed needs, of course. Okay? So the mantra naman for the 4Ps is it's keeping children in school healthy and nurtured by a family. So that is the mantra of the 4Ps Act. Okay, so let's have a break muna no for 5 minutes. Is it okay with you all?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay po, sir.
Okay po,
Sige.
sir. Thank you.
Thank you,
I will
sir.
answer the questions later on. Before we will start. Okay. Sige, so nakabalik na ba ang lahat? Pwede na ba tayong ah, mag-continue? Sige, so basahin ko lang yung mga some of the questions here, no, sa chat box. Saan po naka-base ang set 11? Listahanan, ano po? Yes, lahat ng sets, no, are based ng listahanan. So, I just don't know, no, sa development ngayon, no, if we have mga sets ba na hindi based doon sa listahanan. But as far as I know of, no, lahat ng mga sets for potential beneficiaries, no, for validation are based from listahanan kasi yun scientific yung basihan, no, yung ginagamit natin na baseline data. They gather survey to those community na needed talaga. Sila yung priority ng government. Mga parent leader, di ba sir, isa din sila sa pwede mag-validate or pwede sila mag-recommend? No. Parent leaders are there not to voluntarily to assist our staff, no, in terms of monitoring, no, their members. So hindi sila pwedeng sila yung mag-validate at saka sila yung mag-recommend, no, but they can inform, no, the municipal or city link, no, that about this and that, the family of ganito ganyan, no, they can give an initial information, no, about the certain household, but definitely they cannot recommend or conduct a validation. How about po 18 years old na po yung beneficiary sa 4Ps at yung parent is only providing his family? Kasali din po ba siya sa program? As long as merong bata from 0 to 18. Okay, so once mag-19 na yan, hindi na po yan siya included, no, for monitoring ng program. As long as merong 18. Pwede po bang gumawa ng case study ang hindi registered social workers? Okay, so definitely, pag sinasabi natin case study, only social workers are allowed to do that, no? But there are some, no, na mga anong tawag dyan, yung mga trained naman in doing case management, ganyan-ganyan, no? So, ang yung ginagawa is prepared by nila, but it must be reviewed and noted by a registered social workers, no. This is in the context of 4Ps, no, because hindi naman kasi lahat ng mga municipal or city links natin are social workers, no, kasi yun kulang tayo doon sa manpower ng mga social workers. So kaya they are allowed to do case study, but it must be reviewed and noted ng SU3 or anyone, no, in the municipality, no, na registered social worker. Must be reviewed by a social worker. Okay? So another one, graduate na po sa 4Ps. Sa 4Ps ang edad na 18 years and above, hanggang 17 lang ang pwede po. At nakadepende din po sa status ng family. Kasi kung may kaya na ang family sa buhay, tinatanggal na po nila sa list. Yeah, agree. No? So, in terms of age coverage, hanggang 18. No? As long as, kasi merong transitioning period yan. No? Kunyari, nag-18 ako in the middle of school. So kahit 18 na ako in the middle of school, hindi pwedeng tanggalin. Kasi, anong tawag dyan? Transitioning yan. Okay? So continue yan na i-monitor hanggang matapos yung monitoring period or matapos yung month of monitoring period, no? Or yung pasukan. Okay? So, kaya even 18, monitored pa din yan, no? Kasi transitioning age yan. Tapos doon naman sa concern na tinatanggal po sila, no? Kahit meron pa yung anak na 0 to 18, kahit buntis pa yan, pero pag validate ay hindi na siya eligible kasi stable na yung income, so yun, pwede naman siyang tanggalin. Kasi meron naman tayong ineligibility na process, no, in terms of addressing the complaints on mga mga may kaya na napasali naman. Every year po ba may survey for beneficiary ng 4Ps? So kung ang tinatanong niyo po survey para maging pantawid, hindi po siya ginagawa every year kasi yung basihan is yung listahanan na every 3 years. Okay, pero as long as merong mga complaints, no, yung ginagawa is binavalidate naman tapos pino-forward for cross-matching doon sa listahanan kung andun ba siya sa list. Pero if in case, kunyari, na binavalidate yung household tapos wala naman siya doon sa list, so hindi pa rin siya po pwedeng ipasok doon sa program. Okay, so tatanggalin po ang 18. Sabi ni Ma'am Naisa Dita, tatanggapin po ang 18 years old na bata pero pwede siyang palitan. Update A. Yeah. So, yun kasi up to 3, monitoring lang din po tayo. Correct me if I'm wrong with my Ma'am Noraya, you are raising your hand. Kasi hindi din kasi ako updated na sa 4Ps, no? Baka meron ding mga development na. Ma'am Noraya? Baka napindot lang din ni Ma'am Noraya. Sige. Sir, what if dati kasali po sila 4Ps kaso ngayon yung asawa? Ma'am Michelle? Ma'am Michelle Joy? Sige po, go ahead. Okay. What if kasali po sila sa 4Ps kaso ngayon yung asawa niya employed DNR, pwede sila mag-validate for peace. Yeah, subject nyo lang yan, no? If you have concerns on the inclusion and exclusion, you can actually advise the household to raise it on the municipal, no, or city links, no, that were assigned in the locality, no, because they're the best person to validate it and to provide actions on it. Okay? Kasi pag hindi kasi din siya nini-raise doon sa LGU, no, tapos yun yung most of the time na maririnig natin, maraming nagko-complaint ng ganito ganyan, pero hindi naman nila pinapaabot doon sa mga implementers. Okay? Pwede pa rin pong ma-monitor ang 18 kapag continuing po ang child monitored, meaning enrolled pa rin at compliant sa current school year. Yeah. Thank you for that, Ma'am Ronaline. If may mga kakilala po kayo na di na eligible sa program, you can report po sa Municipal Operations Office for validation. Yes, thank you for that, Leslie. Okay, so I think these are all. Ano pa ba? Paano po kapag nahiwalay sila mag-asawa, sir, tapos yung beneficiary, yung husband, tapos nakahiwalay din po mga anak nila, paano po doon, sir? If that's the case, okay, so you just need to report it to the municipal link, no, for validation. Kasi yung intention dapat ng program ay hindi dapat ma-put into to waste, no? So sa sinasabi natin 'yan, kaya kung saan yung bata under saang kustodiya, so siya dapat yung nagiging nagiging grantee or beneficiary, no? Sila dapat yung makaka-receive niyan kasi para din naman 'yan sa mga bata. Hindi po 'yan para sa mama or sa papa, no? Sa tatay or sa nanay. Dapat yung proceeds ng grants ay para doon sa mga anak. Okay? So these some of the questions are very specific na, and I don't think I can accommodate it all, no? So for the interest of time, we will proceed siguro with our next discussion kasi medyo haba-haba ba? Medyo naman. Pero kaya pa naman din sa oras. Sige lang, balikan lang din natin yung mga questions, no, later on if you have some other questions with regards to the program. Okay? So makakatulong din naman yung mga ano natin, yung mga kasamahan natin dito na employed doon or nagiging municipal or city link doon sa mga localities. Okay? So just type in your questions. Okay? Balikan natin later. So now let's discuss the DSWD Sustainable Livelihood Program or the SLP. Sige, so ano ba si SLP? So Sustainable Livelihood Program is a capability building for poor, vulnerable, and marginalized households and communities to help improve their socio-economic conditions. So, through accessing and acquiring necessary assets to engage in and maintain in thriving livelihood. So basically, yung tinitignan ng SLP, is the socio-economic condition. Okay? So by addressing the socio-economic condition, so they are linked to different mga enterprises or different mga institutions kung saan nabibuild or makakapag-acquire yung mga target na mga beneficiaries ng SLP magkaroon ng stable na pamumuhay through their livelihood or even through employment. Okay, so that's the definition ng SLP. Okay, so the same pa din, yung target is for the poor, the vulnerable, and marginalized. Okay, so SLP endeavors to increase the level of participation among program participants and harness a deeper sense of ownership of their development. Sorry, nawala yung development. Sige. Pag sinasabi kasi nating SLP, it's more on capacitating your own ability, so honing your own skills. So that is why hindi pwedeng bigyan natin ng trabaho or bigyan natin ng mga business or ano pa yan na hindi dumadaan sa TNA or training needs assessment or needs assessment. Okay, kasi through needs assessment, ina-identify natin kung ano yung pangangailangan at ano yung skills ng ating mga beneficiaries. Okay? So because that is for own development, self-development. Okay? Next one. So ito yung mantra ng SLP. So sibol kakayahan, sibol kabuhayan. Okay? So ano yung mantra ng 4Ps? Kalimutan na.
Keeping children in school healthy, anak sir.
Okay, so meron pa yung diba? Keeping children healthy and in school and
Nurtured by
nurtured by a family. Okay? Sige. So, eto we have 3 components ng SLP. Una is building capabilities, then the second one is bridging opportunities, and the third one is boosting inclusive growth. So, building capabilities, it means that it is looking into the existing livelihood assets. So tinitingnan ng programang ito na lahat naman tayo merong mga assets, 'di ba? So meron tayong potential, meron tayong innate skills and talents. Okay? So may it physical, social, economic, natural, or anything, that is inherent to us. Okay? So yun, so pag sinasabi nating building capabilities, tinitingnan natin kung ano ba yung vulnerability ng every individual. Okay? So, lahat naman tayo, merong assets, and with that, meron din tayong mga vulnerabilities. So, meron tayong strengths, meron din tayong weaknesses. Okay, sorry. Pag sinasabi naman nating bridging opportunities, so it is more on bridging resources, okay? So na-identify na natin kung ano yung assets, na-identify na din natin kung ano yung vulnerabilities. Now it is that our time, no, to link the assets, no, or to link these individuals, no, with their vulnerabilities, no, to institutions or programs, other programs and services or other partners na pwedeng makapag-provide or respond, no, or makapag-address doon sa kanilang vulnerabilities. Sorry. Wait. Okay, so SLP enables the growth of capabilities by providing access to resources and partners to improve the productivity of their livelihood assets. So these are, along with this, no, the following are the modalities of the SLP, no, in terms of bridging resources. So, una, through skills training. So basically, hindi naman talaga si DSWD yung napoprovide ng training. Kaya nililink ito sa TESDA, sa DTI, sa agriculture, sa PESO, and all other skills training providers. Okay? So kaya nililink natin ito sa mga different na mga agencies. DOLE, ganyan. Okay? Another one is the provision of the seed capital fund. So ito ang napoprovide is yung SLP, yung mismong program. Okay? Then employment assistance fund, okay, and the cash for building livelihood assets fund. Okay? So these are the modalities along with bridging resources. Okay? So we have also here pag sinasabi kasi nating assets, no, tinitingnan din natin kung paano natin ito i-develop. Okay, so SLP enables the growth of the following assets. Una, enhancing human assets through technical, vocational, and life skills training. Ano bang example ng mga technical, vocational, and life skills? Can you give some examples for this one? Okay, sabi ni Ma'am Carmela, dressmaking, at meron din cooking, baking. Okay, so these are mga livelihood training. Okay? So yun, no? Yung nagbi-build ng mga yung like for example, ini-enhance yung skill, no, ng isang tao. So ang dami diyan, dami mga technical at saka mga vocational na mga skills training. Okay? So yun, manicure, pedicure, massage, no? So these are just some of the examples. Life skills naman, no, it's more on mga food processing, ganyan. So yung mga life skills training naman, it's more on survival, it's more on how you are going to put up business or how you are going to make your decisions, no, mga ganyan. Leadership. Okay, so these are some of the life skills training. Okay, so that is in human assets. Now, enriching natural assets that protect and contribute to community livelihood. So natural assets, it is within the environment, no? Kung ano yung mga resources na andoon sa environment. For example, yung training, no, livelihood training is about doon sa mga craft, no, yung abaka, yung mga saniyog or ano pa yan, mga palay, ganyan. So we have to take care and secure, no, that ensure that these assets will be protected. Kasi nga dito yung dito kumbaga kinukuha, no, yung magiging cycle, no, para magka-income yung isang association. Okay, so it's more on protecting, what are the assets that are present in the community. So another one, extending social assets through membership of SLP associations and network linkages. So it's more on building relationships, within communities. So through SLP association, so it's a number, mga 10 to 15 na mga number of individuals. So most likely, they will be formed into association, and they have to meet and monitor, all of the implementation, along with the implementation of their business. Okay, so yun, and they will be empowered, to maintain and sustain how they're going to maintain and sustain it. Okay, and they will also anong tawag dyan, find, some mga funders, local funders, na pwede nilang ma-maximize. Okay? Next is expanding financial assets through a seed capital and access to credit. So because through SLP, they will be linked to mga various, mga banks, okay, so that they can apply for loans, okay, they can apply for microfinance, na mga lendings or anything, okay, so that they will be given a capital seed fund. Okay, aside from that, mismo si SLP or the program itself, will provide a capital seed fund. Then establishing or acquiring physical assets for livelihood operations. Okay, so because there is really a need, okay, to especially mag-establish yan ng mga kunyari, for example, ang gagawin na business enterprise, or yung focus ng association is more on sari-sari store, so kailangan magkaroon sila ng store. So yun, they have to acquire, paano ba yung saan sila kukuha, ng resources for that, so they can actually they can manage to lobby, some resources, through different agencies, or different levels ng government, from the barangay, from the municipio to the province, okay, and to the region. Sige. So next up is boosting inclusive growth. So yun the productive livelihood. So we have two, the micro enterprise development and the employment facilitation, or bigyan ng mga trabaho. Okay? So SLP modalities and support from external stakeholders enable individuals to go for negosyo or trabaho that will improve their socioeconomic well-being. Okay? So stronger capabilities lead to, una, establish micro enterprises. Okay? So ang dami-dami, kung pag sinabi nating micro enterprise, so all around, kahit anong business yan, kasi pag sinasabi nating micro-enterprise, it must be a registered association. Okay? Then the next one is employed participants. Okay? So it can be mga individuals, that will be linked to different agencies para mabigyan sila ng mga trabaho, And of course, they have to undergo proper training and develop their credentials, through the help of the program development officers of the said program. Okay, so who are the eligible SLP participants? Una, SLP operates in all regions and provinces and treats all municipalities and barangays as potential areas to implement its various programs. Okay? So SLP is open to every Filipino. So bakit sinasabing all regions and provinces? Kasi meron naman tayong identified na poor sa lahat ng regions, sa lahat ng provinces. Okay? So SLP is open to every Filipino family, especially the poor, marginalized, vulnerable, and disadvantaged. So these are listahan and identified poor households and maximum of 2 members per household but must pursue different tracks. Okay? So in every household, no, pwedeng dalawa. Yung isa is micro-enterprise, yung isa naman is employment facilitation. So magkaibang track yan. Okay? So ito, the first track, the micro-enterprise development. So participants who exhibit potential and willingness for entrepreneurship may opt to proceed with micro-enterprise development track. So those individuals no na who are willing no or yung interest nila talaga ay no more on business. Okay? So they can go with this track. Okay? So merong tawag diyan binibigay na seed capital fund no for that matter amounting to 15,000 depende kasi it will undergo validation pa din naman. Hindi lahat ng na-formed na associations are immediately provided with automatic na 15 no or seed capital fund. So still to be subjected for further validation ng program handlers. So we have a question here. Wala po 4-piece lang. What do you mean po? Walang 4-piece lang. So, for this matter, naman, yung mga 4-piece are, anong tawag dito? They are qualified. No? They are qualified na, kasi dati, naka-enclose siya na for Pantawid beneficiaries lang yung SLP. Okay? But they are expanding it now na hindi lang Pantawid yung makapag-avail ng SLP. Pwede din yung iba as long as they are identified poor ng listahanan. Ay, okay. Sige. So, next is the second one is employment facilitation. So, participants who are qualified and ready for available employment opportunities may opt to proceed with employment facilitation track. So, actually ito with my experience with Pantawid so we have mga ilan na din na mga households or mga individuals na nakapagtrabaho through employment facilitation ng SLP referred doon sa naging security guard, babae at lalaki. So yun, they are trained, so yun. Tapos at yung micro-enterprise naman, they are 10 to 15 lalaki at babae din. They put up a spa, a massage spa. So yun. So yun yung mga na-experience or mga success na mga stories behind SLP. Okay, so we have 5 major stages in terms of SLP. So una dyan, meron tayong employment pre-implementation, then the social preparation, then the resource mobilization, the project implementation, and the program participant mainstreaming. Okay, so isa-isahin natin ito. So una, the pre-implementation stage, of course, it involves coordination with various stakeholders to obtain relevant information to be able to identify project areas and program participants. Okay, so basically, dalawa ang magiging activity ng pre-implementation. Una, projection area identification, and the second one is program participant identification. So dito sa project area identification is more on identifying ano bang municipality yung may anong municipality ba ang may pinakamababang or pinakamataas na poverty incidents. So yun. So sila yung mga priority na mga municipalities. Okay? So that is how project area identification is. So yun. Through listahanan din yan, per municipality. So titingnan. Itong municipality na ito. Tapos after that, ini-evaluate after within the municipality sino mga barangay ang may pinakamaraming poor. Yun. So that is how they identify target area. Now for program participant identification naman, so in terms of beneficiaries, so these are the criteria, no, criteria set by the program. So una, should belong to poor households. Check na yan. So should at least 18 years of age for the employment. So of course, hindi naman natin pwedeng i-endorse for employment yung mga hindi legal age, di ba po? So ano tayo dyan sa dole, no? Child labor. So yun. And the third one is for the microenterprise development track should be a beneficiary of the SWD social protection programs, including the Pantawid, no? So yun. And the fourth one is employment facilitation track should be a beneficiary of the SWD social protection programs and services with labor skills but with no formal employment or is unemployed. And the last one is preferably a beneficiary of 4Ps for at least 2 years, or in 3D, no? Show a readiness for engagement in livelihood. So, I don't know if what's the development, no, or in terms of targeting, no, in terms of target participants, but you know, so kasi sa pagkakalam ko hindi na siya exclusive or exclusive for Pantawid, no, but other, no, as long as identified poor siya and qualified po pwedeng maging beneficiary ng SLP. Okay, so the next stage is the social prep, no? The social preparation naman, so this is the stage wherein the springboard, no, of a collective, participatory, and systematic process of empowering and organizing program participants to foster a sense of co-ownership and social responsibility among them. So, and continuously build their capabilities and resources to increase potential for their sustainability of their livelihood. So, you know what's the main issue? Hindi naman main, no? The common issue, no, on the ground, on the field in terms of SLP, no, because after putting up the business, walang sustainability. You know, most of most of the associations died naturally. Kumbaga, hindi siya nag-prosper at hindi nakabayad na yung mga members, no, doon sa kasi kailangan lang bayaran yung capital, no? Kaya tinatawag itong seed capital fund. So they have to pay it, no, doon para meron pang other associations na matulungan, no, para maka-avail din, no, ng micro-enterprise. So yun, no, so that's the that's the challenge for the program kasi yung sustainability, no, ng implementation, yung return of investment doon sa mga associations. Okay? So that is why they have to be trained, no? They have to be trained ang lahat ng mga members, okay, in terms of they have to be capacitated in terms of managing their finances, okay? They have to be empowered, no, on how they are going to develop that sense of responsibility, no, social responsibility and sense of ownership, co-ownership, no, of their business. Okay, so social preparation stage, we have here in the stage, no, na magkakaroon ng SLP assembly. No? Kumbaga, it's more on identification, no, of the possible trainings, no, kung ano ba yung need, no, ng mga members sa group. Okay, so ganyan. Then, basic livelihood training, kakandak na natin yung training kung ano man yung napag-usapan. I know, a basic livelihood training is more on, anong tawag dyan? This is more on identifying kung ano ba yung mga available na mga livelihood training. Okay? So yun. Then, track selection, kung ano ba yung gusto nila. Then SLPA formation. So it's the Sustainable Livelihood Program Association. No? So yun, i-form na sila ng isang grupo. Now, number 3 or the stage 3, it's the resource mobilization stage. So in here, The resource mobilization stage contains planning and preparatory activities for setting up or rehabilitating the micro enterprises of program participants or securing employment for them. Okay, so these activities involve securing new and additional livelihood assets, including maximizing and optimizing current resources and or facilitating job referrals for direct.
Wala bang sound?
Nawala po si sir.
Nawala tayong internet eh, sir.
Sana si Sir.
Sir, where are you?
Hello? Hello, everyone.
Hello po, sir.
Hello, sir.
Hello po,
Hello?
sir.
Hello,
Hello?
sir.
Hello?
Hello po, sir. Audible lang po kayo.
Hello?
Hello, sir.
Hello, sir.
Hi.
Hello, sir.
Welcome, sir.
Narinig niyo po
Hi,
ba ako?
sir.
Opo.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Wala akong naririnig.
Yes,
Oh my
sir.
God.
Na headphone.
Hello po.
Wait po ah. Di ko alam bakit na-disconnect kanina. Wait, wala akong marinig on my part. Um, is happening. Hello, okay na ba?
Opo, sir. Okay naman.
Okay na, sir. Okay na,
Can
sir.
anyone say something? Hello, wala
Okay
pa
na
din
po.
ako marinig.
Sir, okay na, sir. Okay na.
Sir, narinig po namin.
Hello, sir.
Hello?
Hi, sir.
Hello, sir.
Ayun,
Hello, sir.
pasensya for that interruption. Ayun, naririnig ko na kayo. So, nag-change headphone na lang.
Hi.
Okay, so sige, let's proceed. I'm sorry for that interruption, no? Hindi ko alam kung bakit biglaan nawala yung internet connection. Sige. So dito na tayo sa ano no, sa stage 3, tama?
Opo.
Yes, sir.
Ah, okay. Sige. May nagtanong, pwede po ba dinner break? So are we all amenable for the dinner break? Ilang minutes po ba ito?
10.
10, sir.
10 minutes. Sige, sige.
And usually,
Yes po, ma'am. Ano po yun? 10 minutes? Sige, sige.
10 minutes.
So, sige. We'll have a break now, no? Kasi medyo gutom na. Okay, sige. So we'll be back by, time is 8:43. So 8:53. We'll be back by 8:53. Thank you.
thank you po, sir.
Public man.
Te, tignan mo kasi yung taon. Tsaka huwag ka bili ng bili, baka mamaya madumi.
Unmute.
Okay. Hello. Nakapag-snacks na ba? Or nakapag-dinner na ba ang lahat?
Yes, sir.
Ayun, thank you for that, Ma'am Sherlyn. Busog na, no? So baka mag-information overload tayo. Yun, kailangan din ng break. Sige, salamat naman. So actually, we're almost, nasa halfway na tayo doon sa ating presentation. So I have just checked it, no? Halfway, almost there. Sige. Okay, so okay na ba para makapag-proceed? Or baka meron pang mga concerns yung
Yes,
iba?
sir.
Okay na, sir.
Opo,
Sige.
sir.
Yes po.
Okay. It's good to hear, no? Sige. So for this stage, the resource mobilization, so this is more on the planning and the preparatory activities. So as I have mentioned, so in terms of planning and preparatory activities, kasi kailangan nating i-project. This is the moment wherein the staff, the program handlers, will map out all the activities, map out all the interventions, map out of mapping of providers. Okay? So, sino-sino ba at ano-ano yung mga programa na pwede nilang ibigay or mga livelihood na mga trainings na pwede nilang ibigay or even ano yung mga possibilities or available na mga job positions, okay, or mga job vacancies na po pwede nating ma-refer, no, ang ating mga beneficiaries. So basically, no, this is more on in this stage dito mangyayari yan. Okay, so that's the planning and the preparatory activities. Okay, so once we're done with it, no, kasi doon sa dito sa stage 2 na kapag form na tayo ng association, now we have to link the association to the concerned NGA or the concerned partner. Okay, so with that, no, so mas ma-enrich natin yung capacity. Okay, so that is why it's more on empowerment pa din. So capacity ng mga individuals, okay? So hindi lang babae ito, kundi any member, no, any individual within the family. Okay? So yun. So activities involve securing new and additional livelihood assets, and including maximizing, optimizing current resources, and facilitating job referrals for direct employment. Okay? So that's for resource mobilization. For the resource mobilization stage, we have 3 components. The number 1 is the project proposal preparation. Okay, so the participant shall undergo 3 phases. So it means that the participants or the members, no, they will determine, no, what kind of livelihood training, no, they want to enroll themselves, okay, or to avail. Okay, so with that stage also, sila yung magde-develop ng project proposal. Okay, so i-assess lang din yan ni worker. Then with that stage, the project proposal review and approval, then the provision of the modalities. So since bureaucratic tayo, no, so nasa government, bureaucratic talaga, so maraming pagdadaanan yung mga documents. And we have to ensure, okay? So we have to ensure that all of these documents are being reviewed. All of these documents are proper based on the guidelines and the provisions of the government na procurement. Okay? Kasi dadaan ito lahat sa procurement process, and ngayon mas pinabigat, no, yung proseso natin ng procurement. So yun, no, and lahat ng mga signatories are liable, no. That is expected, no. Lahat ng signatories are accountable and liable, no, if there are discrepancies, no, in between, no, sa stage of implementation ng program. Okay, so the next is under resource mobilization. I'm sorry for the picture because it's si Secretary Bautista pa ito, no, in the term of secretary. So we have the new secretary na. So hindi din natin alam kung ano din yung focus, no, ng mga programs niya, yung priority programs niya for the SWD as of the moment. But in here, so yun, it's more on partnership building, no, in terms of resource mobilization din, kasi we will be linking, no, as I have mentioned, we will be linking our beneficiaries to different institutions or partner agencies or stakeholders. Okay, external man yan na mga partners, no, or yung mga internal kasi within our the members of the committee. Okay, so yun. So SLP as a facilitator should continuously initiate external partnership engagement to mobilize resource and linkages with external stakeholders who can provide appropriate assistance to program participants. So thus, program implementers should also engage with external stakeholders and seek to optimize resources and interventions. In fact, we are in terms of external engagements, no, we are encouraging also, no, magkaroon tayo ng linkage doon in terms of international, no. Baka meron tayong malink na mga international organizations, no, for us to better, no, the employment facilitation of our beneficiaries, no. For example, we can coordinate or link, no, network our agency, no, the DSWD or mismong association natin, no, ma-network natin doon sa mga kakilanan natin na abroad. Okay, baka meron tayong mga organizations doon, no, pwede nating ma-mobilize. So yun, pwede din yan, mas maganda. Okay? So partners provide support for SLP participants, so in a form of funding or resource augmentation. So augmentation lang din naman kasi there are already funds available, no, sa program. Okay, so but with the limited resources, no, we need to explore and expand it. Kaya mag-augment yung ibang mga partners natin. Next is matatawag din natin itong resource mobilization in terms of technical assistance. So yun, no, nagmo-mobilize tayo, we coordinated other agencies since sila yung mas skilled, okay, or sila yung mas may experience or kanilang turf ito, no. For example, itong mga livelihood, so ini-invite natin sila as a resource person. Okay? So basta yun, beyond our capacity, no, ng worker or ng agency, we need to acknowledge that, no, and we need to coordinate, no, with other agencies, no, na mas makapag-provide, no, ng quality na service doon sa ating client. Then logistics support, including the provision of venues and food during training. So of course, no, most likely ang part na ito is nilalabi natin sa barangay, nilalabi natin sa LGU, no, as part of partners, no, kasi si DSWD naman as a national program, Okay, so siya naman yung nag-spearhead ng implementation na ito. So yun, counterpart ng LGU is also to assist and provide augmentation, no, in terms of venues, in terms of food, no, for the trainings, no, for the participants. Kasi some of the trainings will take 2 to 3 days, no? Depende, no? Depende sa training na ikakandak. Depende sa menu. Okay? Then assurance of good of guaranteed employment to participants. So of course we need to ensure that. Okay? So and the last one is information dissemination of the program. Okay, so the next phase is the project implementation. So this is now our beneficiaries, no? They were going to implement, no, the program according to the approved mungkahing proyekto. So according to approved activity design, according to the approved objectives of the proposed project. Okay, so the IPDO shall supervise program implementation along with other DSWD programs and partner institutions. Okay, and the last one is the program participant mainstreaming stage. Okay, so it shall focus in ensuring that the SLPAs or program participants are continuously capacitated towards its self-governance and that the operations of the established micro-enterprises and the acquired employment are sustained after the provision of SLP modalities. So this is the monitoring part, no, of the program, no. So what is the progress, no? How are the programs doing so far? Okay, so are they earning, no? And if there is a need to capacitate, and then there is a need to conduct a evaluation or assessment, no? Kasi along the way, hindi kasi natin control lahat ng mga behavior or character ng mga tao, di ba, ng mga members. So some of these members are expressing na ganito ganyan, ayoko na, tapos ganito ganyan, parang meron ng gusto mag-lead, no? So these are some of the possible na mga challenges, no, or conflicts within the association. Kaya yung iba na wala na ng gana, tapos umalis na, ayun na, hindi na cooperative, ganyan-ganyan. Kasi merong mga communication within the association. So that is the role of the program handler, no, na paano ba, no, what they call that, i-identify kung ano ba yung gaps, no, at magkaroon ng resolution, no, para ma-troubleshoot yung ganung na mga problema. Okay? Sige, so that is all for SLP. So let's move to Kalahi Seeds and Community-Driven Development. So this is empowering communities since 2000. Sige, so what is the mantra for Kalahi Seeds? Alam nyo ba ano mantra ng Kalahi Seeds? Sige. Help communities in poor municipalities identify challenges around reducing poverty and make informed decisions on a range of locally identified options for development, including how this is made and what form. Okay, thank you for the comprehensive, Ferlene. It's good. Okay, sige, so Kalahi Seeds and Community-Driven Development. So by definition, no, Kalahi stands for Kapit Bisig Laban sa Kahirapan, and that is their mantra, no? And the CIDDSS is the comprehensive Bakit sustainable livelihood, Princess? Tapos na tayo sa sustainable livelihood. Oo, sa Kalahi na tayo. So, yun, Kapit Bisig Laban sa Kahirapan, and the CIDDSS is Comprehensive and Integrated Development meant for ano tong SS? For social services. Okay? Sige. So, Kalay Seeds is one of the poverty alleviation. So, sabi ko nga, no, this is, kanina pala yun, sabi ni Princess. Okay, Princess. Sige, well noted. One of the core programs of the DSWD. Okay, so yung tatlong core programs, big ticket programs ang tawag dito, no? So the Pantawid, the Kalahi, and the SLP. Okay, so yun. So one of the poverty elevation programs of the DSWD government being implemented through the DSWD. So it started since 2003. Okay, so since 2003, so nag-implement na yung Kalahi Seeds. Then SLP implemented started last 2011, no, and Pantawid started 2009. Okay, so pero yung 2009 ng Pantawid is ano pa siya, anong tawag diyan, yung ano pa, parang test, no, selected pa na mga municipalities, no, just to test the program. So pero yung full blown talaga na implementation is on 2010. Sige. So Kalahi Seeds uses the community driven development or the CDD approach. Okay, so it is an approach, no, to a globally recognized strategy for achieving service delivery, poverty reduction, and good governance outcomes. Sige. So can anyone share to the group or explain, no, what is meant by the CDD, no, aside from the definition? How do you understand CDD? Yeah, pilot testing. Thank you, Duke. No? 2008 and 9, no, that was the pilot testing of the Pantawid. Sige, anyone? Yun. So sabi ni Ma'am Ange, yung community mismo dapat may participation. Okay? So that is actually the aim, no, of the CDD approach. No? We are trying to empower the community. No? So we need to increase the participation of these communities in terms of decision making, in terms of identifying their own problems. Okay? So sila dapat yung mag-take action, sila dapat yung mag-identify kung ano ang problema, no, and they are going to respond to it. Okay? Sige. That is why it's community-driven development. Sige, so what is community-driven development? Okay, so yun, pumapasok lahat ng mga mga answers. Thank you for this. Okay, so kasi pagdating naman sa board exam, hindi siya exactly defined kung ano yung nasa book, kung ano yung nasa sources natin. Okay, so we have to analyze, no, the questions because sometimes it is formulated in such a way that is being rephrased, no, or other definition, no, of the certain concept. Okay. Sige, so through CDD, Kalahi Seeds was able to achieve the following. No? Una, these are the indicators that the implementation of this certain program is achieved or met, no, through una, improved welfare conditions of household beneficiaries. Okay? Pag sinasabi nating welfare conditions, hindi lang to tinitingnan ang social aspect, okay? But it's looking into the socio-economic din. It is also looking into the the environmental, no, na mga conditions. Okay? So yun, tingnan ang kabuuan na welfare ng mga household beneficiaries. Pangalawa, it improved access to basic social services and responsiveness of sub-projects to the expressed needs of the poor. Okay? And we have here number 3, increased community participation in local planning and budgeting leading to better identification of needs and solutions. So meron tayong tinatawag na BUB or the bottom-up budgeting. So during that BUB, no, a representative from the community will be invited, no, to take part or form part of the decision making. Okay? So as a representative ng community, kailangan nilang mag-participate doon sa budgeting process. Okay? Kailangan marinig at matingnan kasi baka merong mga programs na hindi naaayon or hindi siya responsive doon sa pangailangan ng mga tao. Okay? Because the representative, no, he or she is representing the community people. Increased capacity building for community managed implementation and improved community cohesion. Okay? So bago natin tingnan, bago natin kasi Kalahi Seeds is now Kalahi Seeds is hindi na siya Kalahi Seeds CDD kung hindi Kalahi Seeds in CDDP. Okay, that is the new name for the program. No, Kalahi Seeds in CDDP. Okay, bago ito naging Kalahi Seeds in CDDP, so unang-una naging KKB ito, Kapangyarihan at Kaunlaran sa Barangay. Okay? Then after that, naging Kalahi Seeds ito, the Kapit Bisig Laban sa Kahirapan. Then it uses the CDD approach. Okay? But because of the demand from partner LGUs and communities and the support for the Human Development and Poverty Reduction Cluster, nakita or kumbaga na-appreciate, na-acknowledge, okay, ng mga instrumentalities na ito na meron talagang magandang epekto or magandang impact or results ang CDT. That is why there is a need to scale up CDT. Okay, so into a national program. Kaya tinawag na itong National Community-Driven Development Program. So that is why it's Kalahi Seeds in CDDP, no, as of the moment, no, as so to speak. Thank you. Sige. So, yun. May question dito, no? Ano po ba ang pinagkaiba ng SLP at Kalahi? Sige, anyone can answer the question of Ma'am Rossini? Ano ba ang pinagkaiba niya? Sige. So, malaki yung pagkakaiba ng SLP at saka Kalahi. Okay? Later on, mas ma-appreciate natin yung, anong tawag dito? Mas ma-appreciate natin yung difference ng SLP at Kalahi pag tinitingnan na natin kung ano ba yung mga projects at saka sub-projects ng Kalahi. Okay? But in general context, pag sinasabi nating SLP, ang focus is more on livelihood. Okay? And pag sinasabi natin Kalahi, it's more on empowerment sa community. Okay? So, yun. Sige. Next is development objective of the NCDDP. So, for the barangays or communities of targeted municipalities become empowered to achieve improved access to services and to participate in more inclusive local planning, budgeting, and implementation. So these are the aims. Una, empower communities by treating them not as passive recipients of assistance and services, but as partners in development. Okay? So ito, communities. Okay? Ang SLP is number of individuals na na-form into a group or association. Okay? Sila yung focus na binibigyan natin ng micro-enterprise. Okay? And for employment facilitation naman is by individual. But for Kalahi is by, yung target is the community itself. Okay? So yun. The second one is improve local governance by improving people's engagement with and access to their LGUs, thereby making it more democratic and participatory. Then the third one, reduce poverty by implementing barangay-level projects that respond to the community's felt needs and problems. Okay? Sige. So, SLP is more on capacity building, no, of every individual, no, that were formed, no, as a group or as an association. Okay? But in Kalahi Seeds, no, the whole community will be capacitated. No, lahat ng residente ng komunidad are being capacitated. No? And they are the one who will identify kung ano yung problema, felt need, ano yung problema at ano yung pangangailangan nila. Okay? So NCDDP is expected also to achieve the following benefits. So una, better access to basic services. Paano nasasabing merong better access? Kasi si Kalahi Seeds kasi it's more on infrastructure. Okay? So better access kasi meron tayong tinatayong school, okay, or health center, or ECCD, no, or Early Childhood Care and Development Center doon sa mismong barangay or communities na malalayo. Okay? Meron din tayong mga farm-to-market roads. Okay? So that is why it's better access to basic services. Kumbaga, yung nakapag-benefit is mas marami, no, sa Kalahi, no, more on community. Okay? So kung titingnan natin, si Pantawid, yung target niya, although meron ding community, meron ding group si Pantawid, pero yung focus kasi niya is more on case management. So more on casework siya. No? Si SLP naman is more on association, so more on group work din. No? Although si Pantawid meron din namang mga groups, no, established na mga groups. Okay, meron siyang meron tinatawag na mga different groups for family development sessions, no, si Pantawid, but yung focus talaga is more on enhancing, no, or more on increasing the level of well-being ng every household. So from survival to subsistence to self-sufficiency. Okay? Now si Kalahi naman is more on community organizing. Okay? So if we can observe, no, the primary methods, no, of the social work profession are being utilized, no, in these programs. Okay? But more or less, no, lahat naman ng mga programs na ito, pag merong mga problema, for example, no, meron na-implement or na-utilize din naman yung casework, group work, at saka community organizing in every program. No? So, yun, nag-overlap lang din siya. Then, next one is improve core local poverty indicators in project municipalities. Then increase percentages of households that report an increase in knowledge, skills, and confidence to participate collectively in local governance activities in project municipalities, and improve the attendance of members from marginalized groups in barangay assemblies. Okay? So NCDDP is guided by the following principles, okay? So it's let seeds. Una, localized decision making. So yun, klaro, no? Pag sinasabi nating localized decision making, communities are given the power, no, and authority to decide, no, and which projects will be implemented. Hindi pwedeng si worker, si community facilitator, siya yung mag-demand or mag-instruct, no, or siya yung magde-decide na ito dapat ang project na para sa inyo kasi ito yung nakikita na dapat pangailangan o problema sa community. Okay? It is always the community that will decide. You're just there to facilitate, no? If you think that the program that they are choosing is not relevant or not addressing their problem, so you can actually make some of interventions for that matter. You know, for example, you need to have your skill of anong tawag dyan, yung i-influence mo yung kanilang mga decision making. Okay? So ganyan. Next one is empowering. People are capacitated, so they will become better prepared in managing community issues and problems, as well as the planning, mobilization, implementation, and resource management of their project. So yun, no, that is the basic purpose, no, or the basic definition of empowering. Okay, it's more on capacity building. Then transparent, of course. No, we need to inform the media and other groups, no, about the progress, no, of these projects. Okay, so yun, kaya dapat magkaroon ng multi-level na monitoring system. And next one is community prioritization. So kung pag sinabi natin community prioritization, so it is more on looking into, no, or considering, no, along with these projects na submitted, no, sa dinami-daming projects na identified, ano ba yung priority need? Okay? So for example, sa community, marami nang nagkakasakit, walang tubig, ganyan-ganyan, tapos mahirap yung daanan, maraming na disgrasya, ganyan-ganyan. Ang daming problema. So ano ba yung priority? Okay? So priority is, of course, pag sinabi natin priority, tingnan natin yung kabuuan, yung welfare ng nakararami. Okay? So umuulan na dito, guys. Baka merong mga interruption from time to time, or baka hindi niyo ako narinig. Okay lang ba yung audio ko so far?
Okay na, sir.
Yes po.
Okay. Thank you.
Po, sir.
So so identify natin priority talaga in terms of with those problems identified, priority yung health, no? So kailangan ano ba yung gawin natin para ma-respond ito? Yun. So yeah, that's based on the urgency. Okay? So yun, the next one is inclusive and multi-stakeholders. So everyone in the barangays is involved in every step of the process of project implementation, from the creation of the proposal to the implementation and management of the project. Take note, no, sila yung gagawa ng proposal. So demand-driven because communities are encouraged to prioritize their own needs and participate in the design of their own projects and make decisions on how resources are used. Okay? And it must be simple because all procedures and components of the project are realistic, no, and within their practicability. Okay? So doon sa mismong community. Then it must be sustainable, of course, so that it will not it will not die within 2 years lang yung project. So it must have a long-term effect, no, an impact to every individual in the community. So these are the sub-projects. So sabi nga kanina, more on infra si Kalahi Seats, no? So that is basically kung tinignan natin yung mga services or mga projects, no, between SLP and Kalahi. So si SLP is more on employment facilitation and more on micro-enterprise development. Si Kalahi naman, ito, no? So basic social services, ito, put up ng water system. So merong level 1 to level 3, no? Depende kung ano yung based on the assessment kung anong dapat, no, for that certain community. School buildings, health stations, daycare centers, electrification. So kaya ang daming comparison between Pantawid, SLP, and Kalahi, no? Pag sinasabi nila, mas effective Kalahi kasi nga merong concrete na mga nakikita. Okay, meron siyang kasi more in infra. Meron siyang concrete na results. Whereas Pantawid, bibigay ka ng cash grants, hindi mo siya agad-agad nakikita kasi ang investment is doon sa bata. Okay, nag-eskwela pa yung ini-invest ni Pantawid, nag-aaral pa, no, hindi pa siya tapos, hindi pa nakapagtrabaho. Okay, kaya hindi mo siya ma-measure agad. It's not, hindi siya tangible. Okay? So next is community production. So in terms of economic support, common services facilities, pre and post harvest facilities, irrigation system. So these are still mga tangible, okay? Because these are concrete, no, na mga projects. No, basic access infrastructures, no, these are already mentioned, and including electrification. Then another one, environmental protection and conservation community. So it includes flood control systems, seawalls, artificial reef sanctuaries, soil protection. No, and the fifth one is skills training and capability building. Sir, ano bang mga skills training na ginagawa? So maraming skills training din, no, for Kalahi Seeds, including capacitating every residents, no, especially in terms of construction, okay, in terms of decision making, okay, in terms of leadership, okay, so meron din yan, no, in terms of cash flows, okay, so tinitrain din yan, nakakandak din ng skills training. In fact, maraming mga skills training ang ginagawa yung Kalahi Seeds. Okay? So that ends for the 3 core programs. So pasadahan ko na lang, actually we're almost done. Pasadahan ko na lang yung other programs, no? Baka din kasi lumabas din sa board exam. No? We never can tell. Okay? So sige. So we have other protective services division. These are just some. I will not discuss all, but these are just. Yes, ma'am. Ito po yung 3 convergence program, yung Kalahi, SLP, and Pantawid. Sige. So protective services, the Protective Services Division, so these are the programs and services on the said division. No? We have the supplemental feeding program, the centenarian, the social pension, the centers. No, we have Home for Girls. For this is for the regional office ng Caraga. This is just an example. So Home for Girls, I know some of the regions have also their regional centers, no, rehabilitation and recovery centers or mga residential care facilities. Okay? So that is CRCF. Then Adoption Resource and Referral Unit, Recovery and Reintegration Program for Traffic Persons, the MPA or the Minors Traveling Abroad, also the Persons with Disability Services. So hindi na-include dito yung AX or the aid in crisis situation. Okay, so it will include that kasi in-include ko ito sa presentation, yung AX. Okay, so hindi ko i-discuss actually lahat ng nandito, no, yung sum lang. Okay? So pag sinasabi nating centenarian, so these are gifts, no, given to an individual, a senior citizen who reach the age of 100. Okay? So merong 100,000 pesos na binibigay sa ating mga lolo at lola. Okay? Sir, bakit yung meron bang binibigay yung LGU for example, age of 90, age of 85? Okay? So depende. Hindi lahat ng LGU merong resolution. Okay? So per year po ba yan? Yes, ma'am. Kasi once lang naman tayo makakaabot ng 100 years old. Okay? So pag sino man sa mga kakilala natin, mga lolo't lola na umabot sa 100 years old, so yun, bibigyan sila ng 100,000 pesos. Okay? So merong LGUs na nagbibigay ng 50,000 or 30 or 40,000, no? Merong mga LGUs na bibigay kapag nakaabot ng 90 years old. Okay, so depende yan, naka-resolution yan. Depende sa LGU kung ano yung priority. Okay, so hindi siya pwedeng i-compare na sa amin, meron at the age of 85, meron ng binibigay. Bakit sa iba wala? No? Kasi hindi lahat ng LGUs malaki din yung era. Okay, hindi lahat din ng LGUs, yung priority programs nila ay para sa mga senior citizens. Okay? So social, aside from that, we have also a program, no, for the senior citizens, no, that what we call social pension. So this is promulgated, no, under RA 994, Republic Act 9994, also known as the Expanded Senior Citizens Act, no, ESCA of 2010. So I remember this one, lumabas ito sa aming board exam during my time. Okay, so it provides the qualified senior citizen a monthly pension of 500 pesos. So I took the board exam last 2011. So ang usually kung ano yung mga fresh na mga approved, no, na mga laws, okay, especially for the vulnerable or sectoral na mga targets, no. So yun, pag-aralan niyan. Okay, so 500 pesos a month, but ito ay binibigay quarterly. Okay? So, pag sinasabi natin qualified, kasi may nakalagay, provides qualified senior citizen, meron itong criteria. Okay, but I will not discuss the criteria here. Okay. Now, another is adoption resource and referral unit. So this is when a child may be placed under foster care. Okay? So sino-sino ba ang pwedeng ma-refer for potential na foster care? So unang-una, those children who are abandoned, surrendered, neglected, dependent, or orphan. Ano ba yung kaibahan ng abandoned at saka neglected? Anyone? Paano yung abandoned at saka neglected? Abandoned, totally pinabayaan na. Neglected is may family pa pero napabayaan. Yes, no, that's the difference. No? Pero pag sinabi nating abandoned, yun, patay na yung parents. I mean, wala na talaga yung parents. Okay, then neglected is meron yung parents, kaso lang no, hindi binibigyan ng hindi binibigyan ng atensyon, hindi inalagaan, ganyan. Ano yung question, Sir Armando? Sir, type na lang yung question, sir. Okay? Sige. Tapos, victims of any forms of abuse and exploitation with special needs, and those whose family members are temporarily or permanently available and unavailable and unwilling to provide care. Yung sa abandoned pwedeng voluntary or involuntary. Okay? So pag sinabi na abandoned kapag diniklara ng korte na abandoned ang bata pagkatapos ng 6 na buwan. Okay? Merong sagot si Sir Arnold, no? With the question about abandoned, kung pwede ba itong voluntary or involuntary. So we can get information, no, with the answer. Okay? So for recovery and reintegration programs for trafficked persons, ito ay pag sinasabing trafficking, no, take note because we have a bill for, you try to research on that, no, or browse and explore a bill for OSAEC, no, online sexual exploitation and abuse for children, no. So that is the new phase of human trafficking, yung online sexual exploitation. Okay, so the recruitment trafficking, pag sinasabi natin human trafficking, it is the according to RA 9208, the recruitment, the transportation, the transfer or harboring or receipt of persons with or without the victim's consent or knowledge, within or across national borders by means of threat or use of force or other forms of coercion, abduction, fraud, deception, abuse of power or of a position, taking advantage of vulnerability of the person or the giving or receiving of payments or benefits to achieve the consent of a person, having control over another person for the purpose of, number one, exploitation, which includes at a minimum of prostitution, okay, exploitation or prostitution of others, other forms of sexual exploitation. Then another is forced labor or services, then slavery, servitude, or the removal or sale of organs. Okay, so that is the definition, okay, of the 9208, the human trafficking. Okay. Then for minors traveling abroad naman, so para sa mga bata, okay, so hindi pwedeng bumiyahe abroad ang bata na hindi kasama ang parents because that is prone for human trafficking. Okay, so that is why it is being assessed by a social worker, no? So pag hindi parents yung kasama, any of the mother or father, kaya kumukuha ng clearance, MTA, minors traveling abroad, para i-assess kung sino yung kasama ng bata papuntang abroad. Okay? So kahit lola pa yan, kapatid pa yan, or kung sino man yan, kailangan i-assess. Kailangan kumuha ng clearance coming from the DSWD. Now, for PWDs, according to RA 1075-4, so for the privileges and benefits na pwedeng maibigay natin sa mga PWDs, una is 20% discount for all mga bilihin. So that is VAT exemption. Then meron tayong educational assistance. Number 3, other benefits and privileges to be extended by the GSIS, SSS, and Pag-ibig based on their respective charters. Then we have also special discounts and special programs, and of course, the express lanes. Okay, so next one is, ito dinagdag ko ang AX, the assistance to individuals in crisis situation. So actually, it is already expanded, na meron na itong EAX. Okay, this program serves as a social safety net or a stopgap mechanism to support the recovery of individuals and families from unexpected crises such as illness or death of a family member, natural and man-made disasters, and other crisis situations. So this is a one-shot deal, or one-shot program, okay, for those who are in crisis. Sir, pwede bang humingi ng AX or makapaghingi ng assistance kahit mayaman, okay, or kahit merong trabaho? Yes, of course. Anyone, eligible naman lahat, as long as you are in crisis. Okay? So mayaman, merong trabaho pero na-exhaust na, nagamit na lahat ng resources, yung pasweldo nabayad na doon sa hospital pero meron pa rin balance, nababayarin. So yun. That is why we have this mechanism. So we have 5 actually the types of assistance. We have the medical, transportation, burial, educational assistance, and the food and non-food na assistance. Okay? So kasali dyan ang food and non-food na assistance. So say food and non-food, basically yung intention niya is para lang may makain for that certain day yung isang household o isang family. Okay? So that is why meron tayong food and non-food. Okay? So medical naman is good for those individuals na humihingi ng assistance in terms of billing, hospital, at saka maintenance sa mga gamot. Okay, so take note, every 3 months pwedeng humingi ng assistance. Okay? Then for Boreal naman, of course, humingi ng assistance sa DSWD, no, kapag hindi kaya or walang anong tawag diyan, walang St. Peter, okay, or walang insurance, no, yung individual na yan. Okay, so pwedeng humingi. As long as nakapag-MOA ang DSWD sa mga existing na mga funeral parlor within the region or within the locality. Okay, so transportation, ang transportation naman is when any individual, no, will be i-transport natin, no, walang pamasahe, i-transport natin doon sa kanilang lugar, no, kasi yun, naapektuhan ng bagyo, naapektuhan ng ganito ganyan, okay, so kaya i-bill siya through AX. Okay, mga balik probinsya, yeah. Sige, so we have mga questions here. Three months na lang po ata ngayon, sir, to be declared na abandoned. So, thank you for the information, Sir Armando, no? But that's for everyone's assignment, no? You try to explore in terms of the declaration of abandonment. 11916, what is this about, Miss Genesis? Baka meron kang mai-share, no, about this this act. Signed na po yan, RA 11930. Okay, so authored by Senator Risa Hontiveros. Ito po ba yung yung sa OSEC o SAEC, Online Sexual Exploitation and Abuse to Children, tama po ba? RA 11930. So 11642, instead of 6 months amended to 3 months na lang po pwede na i-declare ang bata na abandoned. Okay? Then, sir, if 6 months nang totally pinabayaan ng parents ang bata, considered na po ba automatically na abandoned? Yun. No? So, you try to explore as to number of months kasi meron daw mga amended, no, into 3 months. Yeah, the Crisis Intervention Unit of the DSWD is the concerned office to facilitate the AX or the assistance to individuals in crisis situation. Okay. Sa senior citizen yung 11916. Okay, so you explore all of this. 11930. Okay, so SAEC. Thank you for that. Sige. So let's proceed. Okay. So educational assistance naman, ito ay para dun sa mga estudyante, no, para ma-defray yung mga expenses nila doon sa school. Okay? Pero depende sa regional office kasi meron silang mga priority, no, in terms of providing or priority ng mga students, no, kung sino yung pwedeng bigyan ng educational assistance. For example, mga graduating, no, mga ganyan. Kasi mas malaki yung mga babayarin, no, ng mga estudyante. Okay? Sige. So what are the legal basis for the implementation of AX? So we have una, the DSWD Administrative Order number 5. So omnibus guidelines on the management of DSWD operated crisis intervention units. We have also the AO1 amended to AO5. Okay, so yun. You can just browse, no, the legal basis for the AX. Okay. So this is the last na programs that I will be included in my presentation. The DRMD, no, the Division of the Disaster Risk and Management, no. So we have also to consider, no, because marami ding mga programs, no, yung about sa disaster, no, especially disaster preparedness, yung SICAM, okay, so yun. Yung camp management, water muna ha, water break for a while. Okay, sige. So the RMD, so Disaster Response Management Division. So we have RRPCAM, CACICAM. So that's Risk Resiliency Program for Climate Change Adaptation and Mitigation. So what is this program about? So this program, its main objective is to strengthen the resiliency of both natural systems and the urban built environment, as well as adaptive capacities of vulnerable groups and communities. Okay? So CCCAM, meron siyang mga specific no na mga programs and services. So food and non-food items, so including the family food packs. Okay? So the distribution of FFPs, no, that is worth 360, no, that is across all DSWD regional offices, no, pero nakadepende na kung anong mga tin cans, no, but as to number of peso, that is equal to 360. No, but this is the ideal. Okay. Then the family clothing kit. Okay, so yun included din yan. Okay, sleeping kit. So kitchen kit. Okay. So we have for specific na program ng ng disaster, we have the cash for food for work. Okay? So it is a temporary employment through engagement in community works and in exchange of cash or food. So kung meron kayong mga kakilala or meron kayong mga na-encounter, no, na mga cash for work, okay, so that is under the program of the disaster. Okay, so the RM. Okay, tupad, yes, sa tupad, sa kasi itong tupad sa DOLE. Sorry. Then, wait. Okay, so for this one, rate equivalent to 75% of the current regional wage, and with supplemental issuances for any variation or enhancement. So merong mga counterparts din, no, yun depende sa LGU kung meron silang counterparts, but definitely in terms of program implementation is initiated and spearhead, no, by the DSWD regional office. So period of 5 to 30 days based on need assessment. So kung di ko alam, no, sa mga areas ninyo kung meron, pero most yun kadalasan it is within 5 to 15 days, no, para ma-accommodate yung ibang mga individuals din, no, para mas marami yung nabibigyan ng employment, no, or temporary employment ng cash or food for work. Okay? Kaya yung iba 5 to 15 days, then another individual naman, no, na i-employ for 5 to 15 days para mas marami. Okay, so another one is the emergency shelter assistance or the ESSA. So ito yung pag-assess, no? Ina-assess natin whether temporary or totally damaged yung mga households. Okay? I mean yung mga houses. So limited financial or material assistance for the repair of the damaged houses. So yun, ina-assess natin. If it's totally damaged, merong binibigay na, hindi ko alam as to amount, baka ito andito sa material, no, as to how much. Ito, current rate 30K for families with totally damaged and 10K for families with partially destroyed houses. Okay, then yun. So that ends the presentation for the disaster. Okay, so those are the programs and services of the DSWD. We have 5 minutes almost time, so I just bid the time and yun. ESA is now with the HSUD po. Okay, so that is some of the development. Okay. So meron ding mga questions about how much yung assistance na binibigay ng AX as to the highest. So depende po sa assessment ng social worker 'yan, no? And depende usually sa mandato or directive ng regional director, no? Kasi merong coverage and kino-consider din yung fund. Okay? Kasi para mas maraming mabibigyan, kaya ang tawag dyan, pinoproject nila kung ano yung number of or yung amount na binibigay within the month or within the week. Okay, so yun, para mas maraming binibigyan. Pero as to highest na binibigay, meron ang alam ko hanggang 75,000. But I'm not sure, I'm not certain on that. Okay? And you try also to browse updates along with Solo Parent Act. No, baka meron din kayong Duke is may 150, that's good no kung meron. Pero yun, depende din yan sa assessment. It's good if meron 150. Yun, depende sa assessment, depende sa fund, o depende sa condition, okay, the circumstances. Anyways, so you try also to explore mga updates with Solo Parent because baka meron tayong mga development or meron tayong mga additional programs, no, for specific for solo parents, no, especially for LGUs. Okay, sige, so I hope that I have shared a fruitful na mga learnings with you all, no, and I hope that you were able to grasp all of those, although mataas siya, mahaba siya, at saka medyo comprehensive, no, nag-overload na ata kayo, no, and yun, kailangan lang din natin i-go through ang process na ito, but yeah, we will declare, all of you, no, will pass the board exam. We will include you all sa mga prayers namin. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you, everyone. So see you tomorrow, I think, because we will still have the processing for the questions. So thank you, everyone. God bless. If you have questions, you can always message me. No?
Thank you po, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Salamat po.
Thank you po, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Thank you po, sir.
Thank you, sir, and good night.
Salamat.
Thank you, sir.
Good night. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
About doon sa drill, ma'am, dito pa ba si ma'am?
Sir, ibigay. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Ibigay po namin yung drill bukas.
Okay, and dito pala representative from
Sana
CPA.
sana po mga 2 p.m.
Sige po ma'am, baka meron pong announcement.
Earlier. Yes. Yun lang po, sir. Yung drill lang po.
Okay ma'am, sige po. So by tomorrow daw yung schedule ng drill. I don't know what's the time, ma'am. Hindi ko alam kung ano yung set na time.
Kalimot na ka.
Baka meron, baka andun sa GC, no? Sa mga GC. So thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you again, sir.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, sir.
Goodbye, sir. God bless. Thank you, sir.